Honorable members, the first Vice President.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أهلا سادة الموقرون. دقيقة تأمل.
Honorable, we have a moment of silence, a moment of meditation.
شكرا. تفضلوا بالجلوس. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members. We will start, God willing, the proceedings of this session. And the other members of the Bureau are apologizing. They're having a meeting and they will join us. As we go in our session, would like to now invite Madame Chasa Kapaya, who is the Director in charge of human rights in Southern Africa, to come forward. Thank you.
كما أدعو كذلك.
And I would like also to invite Madame Gloria Forano Montes and invite Professor Marius Olivier.
وكذلك الأستاذ.
And also Professor Ibrahim Khan.
Donc les trois sont installés. Ceux qui sont en ligne, comment vous saurez qu'ils sont? نرحب
We would like to welcome our guests and give the floor to the clerk in order to present today's agenda or program. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. The agenda in its first time is about the presentation and debate on the model law on citizenship and the prevention of statelessness. I thank you, Deputy Clerk, and would like to invite Honorable Member Engineer Sharif Jabali in order to make the presentation or the report on the model law on citizenship and the prevention of statelessness. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah.
President, dear honorables, statelessness is defined as the condition of an individual who is not considered as a national by any state under the operation of its law. It has grave impact on the lives of individuals and on the harmony of communities. Statelessness stems from issues related to nationality. Its main causes are gaps in nationality laws. While human rights are in principle universal and inherent in practice, a large range of fundamental rights are denied to stateless people. They are often unable to obtain identity documents. Their freedom of movement is severely restricted, and they may be detained for reasons linked to their statelessness, and oftentimes they are denied access to education and health services and blocked from obtaining employment and social protection. Statelessness is a widespread phenomenon on the African continent. Most African states do not provide statistics. For instance, in Southern Africa, the scale of problem is not defined yet, but it is believed that hundreds of millions of people in the region lack identity and nationality documents. A telling indicator of the prevalence of statelessness. One of the objectives of the Pan-African Parliament, which is an organ of the African Union, in accordance with provisions of Article 17 of the Protocol of the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to African Parliament, is to ensure that full participation of the African people in development and economic integration of the continent. Since its establishment, the Pan-African Parliament has actively contributed to facilitating regional cooperation, development and promotion of collective self-reliance and economic recovery, as well as the implementation of the policies, objectives, and programs of the African Union. Furthermore, the Pan-African Parliament and the UNHCR have a strong, long-standing collaboration aimed at finding solutions to statelessness. UNHCR has made a number of interventions at the Pan-African Parliament on this issue. For the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, 2018, for the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolutions, 2019, and during the Regional Parliamentary Conference organized by Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Pan-African Parliament on November 2019, as well as 2022 and 24. Background. Nationality is a fundamental aspect of individual identity, legal status, and social belonging. It determines an individual's right and obligation within a state, including access to basic services, political participation, and protection under international law. However, issues related to statelessness, discrimination in nationality laws, and arbitrary deprivation of nationality remain pressing concerns across Africa. These challenges are exacerbated by conflicts, migration, and historical legacies of colonialism. The African Union has recognized the need of a coordinated and coherent approach to address nationality issues on the continent. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, along with other regional legal and policy instruments, emphasize the importance of nationality and call for the elimination of statelessness. However, the absence of harmonized legal frameworks across African states continues to impede progress. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights provides that everyone has the right to a nationality, yet millions of people are stateless around the world, with serious impacts on their ability to enjoy even the most basic rights. Unlike many of the world's problems, today's statelessness is solvable forever for everyone. But this will only be possible if governments, regional intergovernmental organizations, and all other stakeholders have the same belief, act on it, and encourage others to do the same. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child have confirmed that statelessness is a violation of the right to human dignity and the legal status established by Article 5 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. They further confirmed that the right to nationality is a fundamental condition for the enjoyment and protection for the full range of other human rights. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights released a report on the rights to a nationality in Africa in 2014, acknowledging that statelessness is a vital problem in the continent. Furthermore, the report identifies that the main sources of statelessness in Africa are the gaps in nationality laws. The report concludes that the right to a nationality is still not fully recognized as a fundamental human right on the African continent. As a result, national legislations have been crafted with little or no attention to the prevention and reduction of statelessness. Many national laws do not fully comply with international standards or prevention and reduction of statelessness. As per, inter alia, the 1990 African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child and the 1999 Protocol on the Rights of Women. The study undertaken by Special Rapporteur on the rights of refugees, asylum seekers, and internally displaced persons, and approved by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, ACHPR, in its report on the right to nationality in Africa, demonstrates that although African states are parties to conventions that spell out safeguards against statelessness, their national legislations do not include those safeguards. In addition, the lack of harmonization of nationality laws in the continent results in conflict of laws that directly generate statelessness. Objective and context. The model law on citizenship and the prevention of statelessness would serve as a guiding framework for EU member states to develop or revise their national laws on nationality, ensuring alignment with international human rights standards and promoting the protection of individual rights. Acknowledging that statelessness is a serious human rights problem affecting the lives of many Africans, the Pan-African Parliament adopted on 17th of May 2019 a resolution on the eradication of statelessness in Africa, which inter alia calls upon member states to reform their nationality legislation so as to prevent the occurrence of statelessness. During the 2019 parliamentarians' engagement, it was recommended that the Pan-African Parliament proceed with the drafting of a model law on nationality and statelessness. Therefore, the Pan-African Parliament adopted a resolution on the formulation of a model law on statelessness during the first ordinary session of its sixth Parliament held from 24 October to 11 November 2022. On 17 February 2024, the Assembly of the Heads of States and Governments of the African Union formally adopted a protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, ACHPR, on the specific aspects of the rights to a nationality and eradication of statelessness in Africa. The main advances on existing African and international law on the right to a nationality are provisions on: 1, the right to a nationality for second generation born in a country, the rule of double jus soli. 2, the resolution of doubtful nationality in the case of nomadic and cross-border communities. And 3, extensive due process protections, including a presumption that is for the person challenging the status of an identity document issued by the competent authorities of the state to prove that it was incorrectly issued. It is based on all these that the Pan-African Parliament, as one of the AU organs, with a mandate under Article 3 of the Protocol to the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community, relating to the Pan-African Parliament, and the Rule 4A of the Rules of Procedures of the Pan-African Parliament, which empowered the Pan-African Parliament to facilitate regional cooperation, development, and promotion of collective self-reliance and economic recovery, as well as the implementation of the policies, objectives, and programs of the African Union. Resolved to organize 2 workshops on the formulation of the model law on citizenship and eradication of statelessness. The Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution held the 2 workshops jointly with 3 other permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament to adopt the policy and legal framework for the formulation of the model law on citizenship and the prevention of statelessness, and to consider and validate the model law. The joint workshop on the adoption of the policy and legal framework for the formulation of the model law on citizenship and the prevention of statelessness was held from 19 to 20 September 2024 in collaboration with UNHCR at PUP premises in Midrand, Johannesburg. The joint workshop on the validation of the model on citizenship and the prevention of statelessness was held on 28 and 29 October 2024 in Pretoria. Finally, the objectives of the two joint workshops were, number one, raise awareness among PAP members and other stakeholders on the importance of a model law on citizenship and the prevention of statelessness in Africa, and the role in safeguarding the right to nationality and the elimination of statelessness. Number two, build consensus among members of the Parliament, legal experts, international organizations, and other stakeholders on the key elements of the model law on citizenship and the prevention of statelessness in Africa. Number three, consider the proposed text of the draft model law on citizenship and the prevention of statelessness in Africa, considering best practices, case studies, and recommendations on the national legal measures on the protection of nationality. Number four, incorporate the feedback and recommendation provided through the consultation into the legal framework of the model law. Number five, enhance the capacity of Pan-African Parliament members to formulate and advocate for the adoption of national laws that are inclusive, non-discriminatory, and compliant with the protocol and other international standards. The model law on citizenship and the prevention of statelessness will be presented in detail by the relevant consultants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Sharif, for presenting this important topic for all of us in Africa. And we must find an appropriate solution, or otherwise the repercussions will be serious on all our countries. Thank you very much. I now invite the first expert to take part in enriching this subject. I invite Mrs. Sancha Kapaya, the head office of the regional office of the UNHCR in South Africa. Please go ahead.
Madam Vice President, honorable members of Parliament, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on already existing protocols. It is my profound honor and pleasure to address this esteemed assembly. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Pan-African Parliament for prioritizing the critical issue of statelessness. Your dedication is evident through the series of events focused on developing the model law on citizenship and prevention of statelessness hosted by the Pan-African Parliament this year. The adoption of the model law will mark a significant milestone in our collective mission to eradicate statelessness, a challenge that affects millions across Africa and demands a coordinated multi-stakeholder approach for sustainable solutions. Over the past decade, African nations have shown unwavering commitment to addressing statelessness. This is reflected in their accession to the UN Statelessness Conventions, the revision of national legal frameworks, the adoption of national action plans to end statelessness, and the removal of barriers to birth registration and naturalization. In February 2024, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union took a monumental step by adopting a protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the specific aspects of the right to a nationality and the eradication of statelessness in Africa. This protocol is a crucial step towards ensuring everyone's right to nationality, and I'm hopeful that its ratification and implementation will continue with the same vigor. These achievements underscore the strong engagement of African countries in ending statelessness. However, the journey is far from over. Statelessness remains a pervasive issue across the continent, with millions lacking proof of identity and nationality documents. This impedes access to fundamental rights and services and prevents full participation in society. Denying someone their right to a nationality causes suffering, exclusion, and marginalization. Ensuring that all individuals have a nationality fosters social cohesion and integration, enabling societies to harness the talents and capacities of all their members. This inclusivity drives the prosperity of both individuals and nations. Hence, statelessness is a significant barrier to social and economic development. In alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals, which aim to achieve legal identity for all, including birth registration by 2030, and the Pan-African vision of the Agenda 2063, which envisions an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena, there is a clear recognition of the importance of legal identity, both human and national development. Ending statelessness is achievable. It's an achievable goal. I firmly believe that our close cooperation and coordination are key to this success. I eagerly anticipate the adoption of the model law on citizenship and prevention of statelessness and the positive outcomes it will bring. I also look forward to your continued commitment to finding solutions to statelessness in Africa. I would like to extend a heartfelt invitation to the Pan-African Parliament to join the Global Alliance to End Statelessness. This innovative platform builds on the remarkable achievements of the #IBelong campaign, propelling us towards a world where the right to nationality is universally recognized and protected without discrimination. Your membership in this alliance would be a powerful testament to our shared commitment to this noble cause. In closing, Africa is renowned for the unparalleled hospitality of its people, and the continent's unwavering dedication to ending statelessness is a shining example of this tradition. I assure you that UNHCR is more committed than ever to intensifying our efforts to achieve the ambitious goal of ending statelessness for all. We stand ready to support the Pan-African Parliament and its vital work to protect forcibly displaced and stateless persons across Africa. Together, we can create a future where everyone belongs. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Director, for this valuable presentation. And as you indicated, the importance of finding appropriate solutions to those who experience statelessness, and to include them in a positive manner for the benefit of the African peoples, so our continent would be able to play an important role in the world. Thank you very much. I now invite Mrs. Gloria Moreno, France. I'm sorry for mispronouncing, if I mispronounce the name.
Dear honorable members and representatives of the Pan-African Parliament, good morning to all of you.
سيد المدير
Madam Director. Madam Director, there is a mistake in the Arabic and French version. We apologize. Now the turn is for the expert, Mr. Ibrahim. I'm so sorry. I apologize. There is a mistake in the French and Arabic version. I apologize. Mr. Ibrahim Khan, if you are ready, you can go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. Please give me a second. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Honorable members of the PAP, it's a real honor for me to speak to you to introduce the debate on the model law to eradicate statelessness in Africa. Not only as the chairperson of the committee, as you said, is a very important issue. The work you're doing is a very important work in Africa and in other parts of the world, and is an honor for your institution. And this it needs to be adopted by all the African states in order to eradicate statelessness. Honorable members, the text that we'd like to present to you is 38 articles that seek mainly to assist our countries in addressing the issues of statelessness. And the model law is also part of the efforts made by African states to make sure that the previous laws that we inherited from colonial times, most of them, to this model law is seeking to help African states not only to get rid of these old legislation, but also to harmonize their legislation so that statelessness is not only an issue for one country, but rather an issue to be tackled by all the African states. So this is repeated throughout the document. The document also is supported, as the UNHCR representative said, is a part of the efforts of the PAP members to try and take into account, take charge rather of the concerns, to address the concerns that mentioned in the protocol on the eradication of statelessness. So by adopting this document, you will be helping to make sure that the protocol is really implemented by African states. It will help our legislators, our administrations to adopt it quickly, with the commitment to be taken by the state. This text is based on the general principles of the protocols. These principles are very clear. First of all, the text that you're going to adopt reminds each country that it's up to them to determine who are their nationals, taking into account the commitments taken in this protocol as well as the other international conventions ratified by the states, as well as on the principles of international law. This text is also based on the principle that every individual has the right to a nationality. It could be the nationality of the country where they happen to find themselves, or it could be that of another country, if there are links to be established in this regard, and that no one should be deprived or arbitrarily deprived or denied a nationality. That the states have to commit to take all measures, individually and collectively, to eradicate statelessness and make sure that every person has the right to the nationality of at least one country to which they have an appropriate link. This effort of collaboration, cooperation between the states, Madam President, is really present throughout the document. The document also says that in all the decisions to be made by our states regarding the nationality of a child, for example, we need to put the primary interest of the child above all else in determining the nationality of the child. And this principle is already contained in other international texts, including the Convention on the Rights of the Child of the 1989, as well as the African Charter of the Rights and the Welfare of the Child. We only quoting these commitments already made. Another important point is that it's important for our states that as regards the nationality issue, we should avoid discrimination as far as possible. The provision of the African Charter of Human Rights, its Article 2, is particular on this in saying that there should not be any discrimination based on race, color, language, public opinion, the fortune, any disability, place of birth, or any other situation. And this is an important element in the debate around the statelessness issues. Madam President, honorable members, the objectives of this model law are 5. We've got 5 main ones. The first one is the objective on the application and the interpretation and the application of the model law, the attribution of the nationality at birth, the acquisition of the nationality by an administrative or a legal decision, the privation of nationality, the proof of the nationality, as well as the settlement of disagreements. This is what we're submitting to your appreciation. I'd like to say that as the protocol to the Charter relating to the eradication of statelessness says the model law specifies a number of concepts which are important concepts every time we speak of the nationality. For example, the proof that according to the language we can use nationality and citizenship. Citizenship being the term used in many Anglophone countries. But here, the text shows that nationality and citizenship are practically one and the same thing. This is an important point to make. because in a legal tradition, the Anglo-Saxon ones, they talk about nationality, while on the other side, they talk about citizenship. In an effort to decolonize law in Africa, the concept of attribution and acquisition of nationality is addressed in many legislations, especially the Francophone ones. You'll hear talk about the origin, nationality of origin, but there's another term that will be used almost in all the African countries. The attribution, the acquisition. The acquisition is an administrative measure that may be taken towards this. And there's a lot of other terms that have been defined in the document that allow for the legislator and the administrators to well understand the notions which are contained in this model law. Because we discussed at length this issue previously, the attribution of the nationality arises from the application of the law, and the acquisition happens in the case of marriage or adoption or naturalization, for example. And all these issues are important issues. Honorable members, we also need to be mindful of the fact that this text, since it's made by Africans, for Africans, it takes into account the African realities that may not exist elsewhere. For example, the issue of the pastoral population's nationality, people who live on both sides of a particular border. These are some of these concepts. The text could also not address the issue of the state section of states. On this point, it's important to underscore that even though in 1963, African states had decided to maintain the borders as had been acquired during the independence, some changes have occurred later on in two ways. Firstly, some states organized on their territory some referenda to make a separation, as in the case of Ethiopia and Eritrea, as in the case of Sudan and South Sudan. But also we have other issues that African countries presented to the Hague Court on the border conflict. In these cases, some borders have had to be redefined, and sometimes territories had to be ceded to states that were claiming them, as in the case of Bakassi between Nigeria and Cameroon, where an entire territory with its own population was ceded to Cameroon by the court in The Hague. So in this case, there are always issues, as in the Bakassi issue of populations who were living on this territory who refused to accept the Cameroonian nationality because they thought and deemed themselves Nigerians. So this text allows us to address the kind of issue created by these kind of situations. Still, regarding the borders, the fact that states go to the International Court of Justice at The Hague to settle border issues is linked to the fact that only less than 20% of the African borders are effectively demarcated. Less than 20% of the borders are really demarcated. All the others are fictitious borders. In this context, identifying the nationality of people, especially for those living along the borders, is a very difficult exercise indeed. And this text tries to settle this issue. Another important element that this text tries to address is the issue of a proof of nationality. You know that in our state, in the legal tradition that we have inherited, in certain countries, civil rights countries, Lusophone and Francophone countries for most of them, the proof of nationality is the certificate of the birth certificate, basically. Whereas in the Anglophone countries, this concept does not exist. So here, the bulk of the work done by the model law is to try and harmonize these two traditions to make sure that in all the countries, we now have a document that serves to prove the existence of the nationality. And that if there are conflicts between an individual and a state regarding this, that there would be a judiciary process to settle this. In many of our countries, especially the Anglo-Saxon countries, these are issues that are settled by the administration. And we know that when the administrative services gets to settling these issues, there's a lot of arbitrary decisions that may be made. So we try and do everything we can for the legal system to help to address this issue of nationality. So in a manner, this text that we present to you ascertains, make sure that it establishes a number of protection measures for individuals, the issue of the nationality for children who can acquire it from their parents, the fact that the nationality may be attributed to second-generation children who are born in the particular country, and the fact that the individual has also the right to request the nationality on the basis of their place of birth, and also on the fact that they have parents in the country. All these procedures of protection of the right of the child pertaining to the nationality are addressed by this text. And this text, the model law, contributes to get the protocol to the African Charter to be applied. Madam President, all that this text does is to try and address all the situations in which statelessness may occur, to try and avoid it, so that in the African states, to make sure that once this text is adopted, that we don't find ourselves with such situations, or that we reduce them as much as we can. If this situation of statelessness is eradicated, Madam President, that means that in our communities and our countries, all the individuals who are there will be recognized as human beings and will legally exist and will participate in the activities of the country where they find themselves. Because the right to the nationality, as we often say, is the right to have rights, to have access to other rights. If you don't have a nationality, you will have no other rights. And this is an important point to make. So we need to make sure that all Africans can really contribute to the efforts on the continent towards the Agenda 2063. That is, Madam Chair, Madam President, what I wanted to say, and we'll be happy to answer the various questions regarding this text, which is a contribution of the PAP to the decade that the United Nations had dedicated for the eradication of statelessness. African states decided on a protocol to the Charter to strengthen, to reassert the commitment of states to eradicate statelessness. And you, MPs, you are now going to be going a little further to facilitate the implementation of the protocol to the African Charter. And this is something that's remarkable, that we need to salute. It's an important contribution of the Pan-African Parliament to the protection of the rights and also to the recognitions of all the rights that are those of the African citizens. Thank you, Madam President.
شكرا جزيلا.
I thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim, for this presentation, and also for considering this issue according to your own approach. The presenter has provided us with a lot of information which will contribute to the sorting out of this phenomenon, of this problem which is plaguing our continent. Now I would like to invite Dr. Raoun Mandi from or through internet in order to contribute in enriching this subject. Please, you have the floor.
Yes. شكرا دكتور.
I thank you, Doctora, for this important contribution and also for being prepared to participate in coming up with solutions, and also for being prepared to share with us your knowledge as an expert on this issue. Thank you once again. Now we will move we open the floor, and I would like to start by giving the floor to Honorable Member Senator Jean-Marie Niberanti from Burundi. I do once again apologize if I have mispronounced your name. Thank you, Excellency, for giving me the floor. I will not ask questions because I am part of the team and part also of the committees which had an exchange with the experts from the 28th to the 30th of October. It's just to thank the experts because from the 28th to the 30th of October, we worked and examined the document in depth together with the leading committee, that is the Committee on Cooperation. It was very interesting. And experts remember how questions were numerous and diverse, and also the contribution of the experts have been very satisfactory. This is why I would like the document to be supported. And as you have just heard in the report from our colleague, chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, the two institutions of the African Union, whether it is the African Court or the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, have confirmed, and also with the support of the experts in law, they have confirmed that statelessness is a violation to the right to human dignity, and as referred to in Article 5 of the Commission on Human and People's Rights. And I would like also to ask and call all honorable members that the problem related to statelessness is a real issue, and also is requiring us to harmonize the laws and the legislation in national parliaments in order to eradicate this evil, because to see how these stateless people are treated in some countries is really horrible. We must play our role in order for this situation to be eradicated once and for all. I thank you. I thank you, honorable member. And now I give the floor to honorable member Hapimon Sidzieva from Zimbabwe. Thank you very much. And I apologize once again if I have mispronounced your name. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. My interventions on this topic are just to further elaborate why Africa must work extra hard to resolve the challenge of citizenship and statelessness. For us to be proud Africans, our first port of call is to deal with the issue of statelessness collaboratively as Africans. Key factors of statelessness have been seen as illiteracy in some communities, when parents cannot read and write and are not even able to visit facilities that can register children, some traditional practices and some religions. This model law is a welcome development to Africa, and it provides legal safeguards to prevent statelessness, and Africa must move fast on this one. I even believe in automatic registration at birth of children with necessary safeguards. Madam President, Africa have different groupings of people suffering from statelessness, i.e. the descendants of migrant workers, some survivors of armed conflicts or natural disasters. So in these areas, we need urgent action to help, especially by creating a law that can safeguard these people. Due to these challenges, Madam President, access to education is a nightmare to anyone deemed stateless. The children are dropping out of schools, even at exam level, because you don't have proper documentation. Access to health care for some pregnant women who cannot go to get help for life-saving services because you don't have proper documentation. Access to decent shelter, access to employment, and they are restricted on social inclusion and economic opportunities. The key issue is to encourage our nations to accede to conventions that help to deal with the issue of statelessness, and also adopt and ratify this modern law on citizenship and statelessness. In Zimbabwe, we are working towards the objectives of the Global Compact on Refugees, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and our common agenda. Qualified refugees are authorized to work with those with resources authorized to run businesses and do business activities. In my submission, Madam President, it is my thinking that every child must have access to birth certificate on birth, and it must be automatic. Every human being affected and being a survivor of a war or a national disaster must be helped to easily access documentation. Pregnant women who require urgent attention even without proper documentation must be assisted. No child must be dropped out of school because of lack of documentation, but they must be assisted to access. Africa must create a central registration platform for Africans because we are one nation. No African child must be left stateless. In conclusion, I would like to say, it is us African leaders, parliamentarians, that can build hope, pride, and humility in Africa. Let's fight this war of statelessness together and win it together. Thank you.
Shukran, Sayyid.
I thank you, Honourable Member, and give the floor now to Honourable Member Senator Johnson Mukatana from Kenya.
Asante sana.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity so that I can give my views. Madam President, I really thank the members who have talked before me. The MP from Zimbabwe has talked about very serious issues. And as for me, I was thinking that the committee that is charged with this, besides this law, that is fighting prevention of statelessness, it could be, it's important for them to begin to think about coming up with a law for the African citizens, that we may have a birth certificate for the continent of Africa, so that we can have the passport for the African citizens. If there is a country that has a problem to register certain people because of the laws of that country in Africa, then it should be that the parliament should come up with a law besides this model law we are talking about that says that somebody can be registered as an African citizen. We must think about how we can deal with this issue as the PAP, because this law is trying to solve the issues, problems that we already have. The colonialists divided us in different groupings. And then they say this one belongs here, this one belongs there. For example, in Kenya and Uganda, we have communities where we have boundaries, but the families are divided. Some are in this country in Kenya. For example, in Kenya, we had a vice president, and yet now the brother was the minister in Uganda. So these boundaries are fake. They were put there by the colonialists. Why is it that us as Africans, we should begin to think about coming up with African citizenship, especially now that we have countries, as we have been told by the experts, those countries, their constitutions or their laws for immigration are backward. So now to bring them forward so that we can rectify, it's going to take a long time. So how can we start? Why is it that we can't start and say that we can have people who can have African citizenship? Now, and I'm saying this, I'm saying something which was there and it is still there. We have people who are in America and they feel that they are being mistreated there because of their black skin. And there was an effort a few years ago that we want to go back to Africa. But coming back to Africa, there are so many nations. Where will they go to? Therefore, we need to begin to think about this issue seriously. But besides that, I wanted the expert, when we look at this model law, to answer me one question. In this model law, in section 20, which is talking about loss by operation of law, loss of citizenship. Now that law is saying that if you are given citizenship in another country, the original citizenship disappears. So I was asking those who are experts, who have given us this presentation, should tell us, in a country like Kenya, where we accept that somebody can have dual citizenship. For example, you can go to another country, you live there, and you get citizenship of that nation, and you will not lose your Kenyan citizenship. So if we are looking for law that is saying that if you are given citizenship in another country in this model law, and our country is accepting for us to have dual citizenship, for instance, what are we going to do to make sure that we can put this law to be in tandem with the law that we have? And I know we have other provisions that we have not seen, but there is a problem. There's a problem because there are some provisions which are in this model law, which we want to pass today, but but it does not go in line with the law that we have in our own countries. What are we going to do? Maybe those experts will be able to explain to us. But for me, what is important is that besides these laws that we are coming up, this is an important stage today to be able to pass to pass this model law. It's important, but the most important state is that how are we going to come up with African citizenship so that people can have the right to come to Kenya or any East African country. They should be able to stay there, marry, and do their own issues. If they can come to South Africa, they can continue with their life. If they go to the northern part of Africa, they can continue with their lives. So how are we going to make this to happen? Because PAP has to fight for the rights of all Africans, not our own individual countries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank you. Honorable Senator, I give the floor now to Honorable Member from Tunisia, Mr. Ahmed Saidani. Please, you have the floor. I thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. First of all, we would like to thank the committee for developing such an important model law through its chairperson, Mr. Gabali. Dear colleagues, the reasons for the cases of statelessness in Africa is first the conflicts and also the conflicts on borders in many countries. Armed conflicts, either internal or on the borders, have led to political instability. And now a lot of people are displaced from their countries, which leads to the loss of citizenship. And conflicts have also led to the change of borders among countries, and it led some countries, some people having no citizenship, and also discriminatory laws. Some African countries are still implementing discrimination in providing nationality. And also in some countries, the newborns are not registered, and states do not really recognize those who are born in rural countries. And also in some countries, the citizenship is determined through inheritance, and some face difficulties later on. And also the colonial intervention in plundering Africa's wealth and raw materials, which leads to changes to altering the borders, and also the deprivation from basic rights, such as, for example, discrimination and oppression. We in Tunisia would like to reaffirm our commitment to human rights in general, in its universality, and particularly the right to citizenship. But it is necessary to clarify some points. We must clarify the issue of residence. Residence does not mean the physical presence in a given country, and residence should be determined by the laws of the country. Granting citizenship through marriage is not an acquired right, and it is a privilege which must be subject to the conditions that have put in place by the country. And also we must stick to the period in which you can enjoy citizenship in Tunisia. While we welcome all our brothers and sisters from Africa, we provide birth certificates to all our brothers and sisters with whom we share history in fighting colonialism, and also with whom we share historical relations. But we refuse that Tunisia pays alone the cost of colonial past, Tunisia has welcomed a lot of students in its universities, and our institutes are open to our brothers and sisters from Africa. Several ministers from Africa and senior officials have graduated from Tunisia. We welcome all Africans in Tunisia, but as part of the sovereignty of Tunisia and as part of the law and Tunisia's sovereignty. Thank you. I thank you, honourable member, and give the floor now to honourable member from Tunisia, Awatif Shaniti. I thank you, Madam President. I thank the committee and thank most particularly Dr. Gabaili. I thank experts for considering this issue, Madam President. This subject is very critical, and I must say that the Tunisian government is always supporting human rights, and particularly among vulnerable sections such as women and children. I would like to recall also its commitment to national and regional treaties, including the Charter on the Prevention of Statelessness. This is why the Tunisian government would confirm the necessity that supporting statelessness should not lead to hiding his or her own citizenship. So if the foreigner then hides his or her own citizenship, then the citizenship, if given, can be withdrawn and be pursued legally. And citizenship cannot be granted in all cases, and it can only be given in the case of the loss of citizenship, and also on the basis of good conduct. And also if the person does not suffer from a disease which would represent a danger for the country, and also the citizen must also have some knowledge of the language spoken. And I would like to ask always also why in the Pan-African Parliament, why we are developing such model laws and they are not binding. So whenever we develop a model law, it must be implemented in all countries of Africa. And this is what we should be keen on as parliamentarians. Parliaments must be bound by these model laws. I thank you and give the floor to the honourable member Sagata Gari from the Republic of Congo. Thank you. I thank you, Honourable President, for giving me the floor. I would like, first of all, to congratulate the committee because I think that the work has been very well done. And the issue of statelessness is related to the basic human rights and should be of interest to all of us. We must also acknowledge that the important number of stateless persons related to the absence and the deficit of democracy in our respective countries. And to this, we must also add the absence and the non-respect of the laws which we adopt ourselves in our countries. So this is an issue which is cross-cutting. I have noted that the report which has been presented lacks indicators on the number of stateless persons in Africa. It would have been interesting for us to dwell on these figures in order to see how important this issue is. I have noted also that examining the law, the model law, that the system which was referred to in Article 34 is ambiguous. And in law, there is a general principle which says that there is no crime or sentence if there is no law. Article 34, which is suggested here, gives us or considers that it is a crime if you do not respect the model law, and which is contrary to the rules that are applicable. It would have been desirable to determine the sentence which would be implemented for the jurisdictions to abide by. And I would like to ask a few questions to the experts who have intervened here. The first question is to know what is the rate or the curve of statelessness in Africa? Is it upward or downward? The model law in Article 6, which gives the general definition of concepts contained in the model law, lacks the definition of a key element, which is statelessness itself. I haven't seen any definition of this key concept in the text. My third interrogation is to know whether a person who does not have any documentation is considered as stateless, considering what I heard earlier. The other question is a person who has a whose status of refugee has been refused, could be considered as stateless. I would like to conclude. I acknowledge that this model law is quite original, and is online with African rules. And I think the colleague of Kenya said, I thought I would suggest also that if no person fills up any conditions of Article 9 of the model law, this article has to do with provisional provisions. If a person does not meet these criteria, couldn't we imagine a model of a fictional African state which would provide identity documents if the person does not find any state? And I think that this could be a political solution in order to eradicate once and for all what we call statelessness. And I would like to end it, as the colleague from Tunisia said, we must be able to grant this law a binding character. Otherwise, it's useless to have model laws without them being implemented. Thank you. Without them being binding. Thank you. I thank you, Honourable Member, and give the floor now to Senator Tony Fibandi from Eswatini. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam President, and thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Senator Tony from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I want to appreciate and thank the chairperson of the committee that presented this model law. And I stand to support this model law, Madam President, because I think if it's adequately implemented, it will help the citizens of the continent. We really need to find, my view is that we need to find out the root cause of statelessness in Africa. We shouldn't diagnose the symptoms. Let's rather find the root cause, because we need to know exactly what is really causing the citizens of this continent to have no citizenship in this continent. Just imagine the owners, the citizens of these continents, the people who belong to this continent, the African continent, have got no citizenship in its own continent. I mean, with these issues of colonial borders and these regions which has been set by the colonial masters is actually affecting the people. So as much as we want to bring solutions on how to help those who are stateless, but as a union, as a continent, as leaders of this continent, we really need to stop the causes of the citizens of this continent to be stateless. So these wars and economic marginalization of the citizens, which cause them to move all around and seek places elsewhere, we need to find solutions to that. Madam President, I'm of the view that I remember that the member states committed to ending, there's a global action plan to end statelessness by 2024. And we are already in 2024 now. I think statelessness will still continue for the next 10 years. So this model law needs to be pushed with its necessary speed. Madam President, I just want to cite a case of Eswatini. The Kingdom of Eswatini has committed to opening her borders to welcome persons fleeing from violence and persecuted countries. And as a result of that, Eswatini has established an asylum system that is effective and humane. We welcome refugees and asylum seekers, as well as ensuring that their rights and dignity are upheld at all times. These measures aim to create an environment where refugees can work more around and can work and move around Eswatini in order to promote their livelihoods. And Eswatini has recently given citizenship and naturalized more than 17 refugees. So this model law, if it's really adopted in the continent, it will help many people. Eswatini, in May 2019, we developed a national action plan to eradicate and end statelessness in the Kingdom of Eswatini. And this report identified many areas so that we could at least cap the statelessness on children and ensure that all children are registered at birth. And mobile birth registration systems have been placed all around the country. We also ensure that we remove gender discrimination from national laws so that women can also register their children without their fathers. We also granted protection status and statelessness to migrants to facilitate their neutralization. Madam President, I feel, and I submit, I recommend that the other issue of citizens of Africa to fail to register their birth or to have no citizenship is the cost associated with the stateless people to try and register their citizenship. So, because if you are stateless, you are marginalized in many things, you cannot participate in many activities in the area where you are staying. So I feel that the continent or the countries must make sure that all those who are stateless, they must be assisted to register at no cost. Otherwise, we will continue to have these issues of people and not prioritizing their registration. I submit, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. I would like to remind the honorable members that we still have another important presentation, and the time now is 8:12, and I would like the interventions to be brief, if it's possible, so we can finish the agenda for this morning. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Honorable Abdul Salam Al Hurma from Mauritania. Please go ahead. Thank you, Madam President. And I would like to thank the gentleman for those presentations. I would like to talk about the statelessness model law, which is an important law that is pertaining the human and legal situation of our continent. the main cause that most of the African states was established on a colonial conception, and it was not established in a natural way. And now we have a problem that we preserve or maintain those borders that will maybe create problems. There is overlapping between the populations and disputes between countries of which many of the people are victims of it. And then we maybe we need to redraw or reestablish those states. And I don't think this is viable. That's why this model law would be helpful to solve this issue, especially that we are in a tragic situation. There are many people in the whole world and in Africa do not have the nationality, and that is causing the loss of their rights, and this is not according to the African spirit that we must follow. And this model law must also take in consideration some observations. The President Brahim Khan mentioned that 28% of the borders, the drawing of those borders, it means that 80% of those borders are not drawn. And this constitutes disputes and wars, and also leading to consequences that there are no borders, uncontrolled borders, due to the migration of the people from south to north, and sometimes from north to south. And also the Sahara and Sahel region, many of them, they do not commit with the borders because their borders is where their animals have the food, and sometimes they are subject to these issues. So this model law is very important and must be examined, that take into consideration the circumstances of each country. But in total, it is an important role that should be adopted. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Honorable. Now I give the floor to Honorable Suwaibo Tore from Gambia. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. I will also take this opportunity to thank you and congratulate you on your election. I did not have the opportunity to speak yesterday. As a member of the Committee on Justice, I have an opportunity to contribute my quota during the period on the document. Madam President, the issue of statelessness and citizenship affects almost every country in our continent. We are all confronted by it in one way or the other. And there are many reasons why there is statelessness and there is problem of citizenship. In my country, we are trying to address the issue through promulgation of our constitution, a new constitution which has provision for it. But when I look at that provision and I look at the model law we are drafting now, I can attest to the fact that the model law is more progressive and more wide to solve the problem entirely. Honorable Speaker, the document says on the 17th of February, 2024, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union formally adopted a protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the specific aspects of the right to the nationality and the eradication of statelessness in Africa. While we have the United Nations Charter on these issues, our own African heads of states have also sat down and come up with a charter on this matter. So it is our charter which is actually telling us to come up with these laws to address the issue. Honorable President, my only observation, I think, will be on the report led by the chair of the Committee on Cooperation, which states that, even though the report is, or the process is being led by the Committee on Cooperation, but there are other 3 committees that have also participated in the process. And I believe it is important to mention at least the committees that have been involved so that they also own it. Owning a report can easily make the report to be adopted. I also think that, Honorable President, that the issue of citizenship should be addressed once and for all by this model law. And it has been put in the report, I will quote, the right to a nationality for the second generation born in a country, the rule of double jus soli should be able to address that. If a child is born in a country, that child should be given citizenship. And if the child grows up to be an adult and does not want to be a citizen of that country, the child goes to, or the person goes to another country where he or she wants to be a citizen. But where the child is born, if the child could not be a citizen of that country, it is creating a problem for us. So I believe that this suggestion here should be able to address the issue. On that note, Honorable President, I thank you very much.
شكرا سيد الموقر. الكلمة الآن للنائب الموقر استher Passari.
Now I give the floor to Esther Passari from Kenya.
Opportunity to contribute. I want to congratulate the committee on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution for coming up with this model law. I want to say that statelessness is definitely denying a lot of people in Africa, citizens, of their basic human rights to belong. I love the hashtag I belong. We all need to belong. That's an innate quality inside every human being. Kenya has made significant strides in addressing statelessness, with over 50% of the 20,000 people registered as stateless in 2014 granted citizenship by 2024. Key communities granted citizenship includes the Shona, originally from Zimbabwe, Makonde, originally from Mozambique, and Pemba, originally from Zanzibar, who historically lacked legal recognition due to colonial migration patterns. The government of Kenya has committed to legal reforms and pledged to eradicate statelessness by 2027, focusing on community awareness and documentation access. I belonged to a caucus in our parliament that was both parliamentarians and civil society that sought to actually understand the data and the number of communities that were affected by statelessness. We also had quite a number of Asian communities that were stateless. They were brought in by the colonialists to actually help with the railway, and they remained in Kenya. And then the British government gave them something called British Overseas Passports, which meant that they could travel with the passport, but they didn't belong anywhere. So the ending of statelessness requires a commitment and a buy-in from governments. It requires parliamentarians to actually understand, and it cannot be done without the help of civil society. And I want to thank the experts and the consultants and the UNHCR for participating in the preparation of this model law. This model law, I mean, in Kenya, we have the Refugees Act. Because even with conflict, a lot of people come into a country running away without documentation, and they become stateless. Even within a country, sometimes one can become stateless because you have something like a fire and you lose all your documents and you don't have any photocopies of your documents. And I think as we get into digital identity, it'll be much easier for one to be able to go back into a government office and acquire documentation, because even within a country, disasters can lead to people being stateless and not having births at home and not registering, your parents not having birth certificates. So it's a big crisis in the continent of Africa. And I believe that this model law, I really want to congratulate this parliament for the various model laws that we're coming up with. You know, can you imagine if we get our right to have legislative power, the impact that we can have on the continent of Africa will be immense. I thank you, Madam Vice President, for giving me this opportunity.
شكرا honorable.
I thank you, Honorable. I give the floor now to the Mr. from Gambia. Please, please abide to the 2 minutes. Thank you.
Chair, Madam Chair.
Are you?
Yeah, had also made significant effort towards statelessness. The government had introduced new birth registration system where every child born in the Gambia will be registered. Madam Chair, I don't think statelessness by birth registration is an issue in Africa, because I believe every country present here, they have a good health system where if a child is born in a hospital or health facility, they are registered. And even whereas they are not born in a health facility, they will make effort so that they are registered. I think the problem in the continent, or the problem with the model law, is about citizenship. In all honesty, because the causes that are related to statelessness, we talk about gaps in our laws, in our national laws, how to become a citizen of a country. In my country, if you are from another country, you want to naturalize in the Gambia, through naturalization process, it has to take 15 years, which is very hard and which is very difficult. So these are the challenges that we are facing in our country. How can you be born in Africa, you happen to live in Mauritania for years, and you want to be a citizen of Mauritania, it becomes a difficulty. So I think the model law needs to look at naturalization. How can one become a citizen of a country of Africa? And not only Africa, even beyond. Madam Chair, we talk about discrimination on the basis, these are the causes that we normally claim, discrimination of ethnicity. I don't think this one prevails. It prevails in the countries where there are tribal wars or ethnic wars. But most of the countries in Africa are graduating from that. So I don't think that serves as a cause now. Now, the creation of new states. Do we have creation of new states in Africa now? Is it a common problem now as we are? Now, the other issue of living outside your country. Now, you migrate for economic reason to Nigeria. Now, you marry a Nigerian woman, you want to become a citizen of Nigeria. That's the problem. But as long as you have a child in Nigeria, that child will be registered. Registration, I don't think that's an issue here. The issue now will be how to become a citizen. That's a big challenge. We have citizens of Gambia who are living here. Documentation is their problem in South Africa here. We have migrants, economic migrants, they leave Africa, they leave West Africa, they go to Tunisia. Documentation is a problem there. Libya, documentation is a problem there. So these are the issues that we need to look at in the continent, because these are very real. And another honorable asked a question, what is the statistics of people being stateless in Africa? We need that data. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
شكرا سيد النائب الموقر.
Thank you. I want to congratulate you for being our president. Secondly, I want to thank the members of parliament, the honorable members, for the support they are giving our committee. I belong to the Committee of Cooperation. I also want to congratulate Ibrahim Kane, the consultant, and the doctor, because of the support they've given our committee. I don't want to say much because much have been said, but I just want to echo that every citizen has a right to have an identity documentation. And the law will regulate laws and assumption of the citizenship. You can imagine, Honorable President, what women go through when you give birth to a child with statelessness. The child will be seeing the other children going to school, but the child can't go to school because she doesn't have or he doesn't have a birth certificate to go and register in a school. The other challenge, it is about the identification card, the ID. The parents will not have an ID, so you are not able even to identify yourself. So what I want to say, I want this model law, it's long overdue. Let's support it, because I know those people who are statelessness, they just fight themselves to be statelessness because of the circumstances. I submit, Honorable President.
شكرا.
Thank you very much, Honorable. The floor now is given to the MP, Madame Pelagie from Estonia. I'd like her to be very brief in her.
Thank you, President. First, my name is Pelagie, Maria Pelagia. First, I want to congratulate you for your election. Congratulations. And secondly, I want to say that the model law on statelessness is very important, and I wish to congratulate all those who prepared this document. We should know that our countries, we receive many different types of immigrants. Some come to our countries looking for better opportunities, or due to crisis in their own countries. And there is another third one that hide their origin, and they do not also let us know why they come here. And that's why we have to find out. In Equatorial Guinea, we don't have that much of statelessness problem. In Equatorial Guinea, we do not have a great problem with the statelessness because we welcome everyone who comes, and this is not a great issue in our own country. But we have the privilege that we treat immigrants with the same rights as we treat our own citizens in education, in health, and in the topic of having a dignified work, taking into account their specific capabilities. This model law should be implemented according to the fundamental law of each one of our countries. We know that our own laws express something that might not be in accordance with this model law, but at our level in Africa, we have to emphasize more the rights of the children who have been born in our own countries. The adults are nostalgic about their own countries, but we have to respect and give more emphasis to those children who have been born in our own countries. Finally, I'm saying again that I congratulate and thank all those who participated in the preparation of this model law. Thank you very much.
الموقر جان روكو شومبيا قينيا الاستوائية.
The Honorable from the Equatorial Guinea.
Thank you, President. We are parliamentarians, and we have to prepare laws that benefit our own peoples. How can we do that? We can do it educating our own peoples, which are African peoples. Since its existence, in Africa, we have our forefathers, and my forefather, when he was working in the farm, he has limits, respecting the limits of the farm, our neighboring farm. So that's why every country has to respect the limits of other countries. But today, we have our own laws in our particular countries. So statelessness is something that we have to eradicate, but fighting together, but respecting the rights. And how are these rights? The rights belong to those people who live in each one of our countries, and the laws should be respected. These laws are adopted in their own parliaments, but also at ministerial levels. That's why I wish to congratulate to this working team who prepared this model law. I think it is very important, and we as parliamentarians, we should know that Africa is one, and we should not have borders. If that's the case, you can imagine the bright Africa that will be living. We have laws that, and we should respect that every children born in a country should have the right to a state, to a nationality. In the US, those who are born in the US immediately are given the nationality of the USA. That's a comparison that we cannot, and we should not do in Africa, but have borders, because in reality, this is not the correct issue. One parliamentarian should take in consideration the laws. In this country, we have 5 million of citizens, and this other one have 500,000. These are issues that we have to debate here. Finally, just to thank you, and we should educate our Africa. In many countries, many people arrive in our countries without documentation. Others come because of the conflicts in their own countries. Those are not immigrants. These are refugees with the right, with an automatic right to a nationality and to the respect of their laws, of their.
Very much, Honourable. We give the floor now to the experts in order to respond to the questions that have been raised by honourable members. If they can be brief, please. Mr. Ibrahim Khan, you have the floor. I thank you, Madam President. Please, go ahead. I thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. And once again, I would like to thank the honourable members who have asked very relevant questions, which prove once again that this concern about statelessness is a continental and general one. I will, with the permission of my colleague, to respond to 2 or 3 questions, and then leaving other questions for her to take care of them. The first question, which is really key to the country that we are doing, is the number of stateless in Africa. This is a question which I personally cannot answer, because statelessness is such a complex phenomenon that it is today very difficult to give an exact figure. Because what allows us to identify persons is the civil registration, and it is in Africa it is impossible to say what is the number of Africans outside North African countries and part of Southern Africa, all the rest of the continent. The average that we have in terms of registration is about 40% and 60%. So if we're not capable of identifying ourselves, we are unable to say how many nationals there are. And statelessness, it is good that we are asked to define it in the document. It is easy to do it, as the UNHCR is saying that statelessness is not only an issue of law, that is, you are not recognized by a country, but it is also an issue of fact. You can be a citizen of a country and and be unable, Madam President, to prove that you are a citizen because of the complexities of the laws. I will give you an example, Madam President, in order to tell you to what extent the issue of statelessness is fundamental. There is a country, which I will not name, which has faced a lot of difficulties on the issue of citizenship. And in this country, we were on the eve of elections, and there were about 1 million people whom we could not know the nationality, The new government has decided very quickly to adopt the conventions of the United Nations of 1954 and 1961 on statelessness and try to come up with a solution to this problem by implementing the rules of the United Nations on the million of people. There were 20,000, there were less than 20,000 people who have recovered their citizenship. All others were in complex conditions, which made it that they could not get the nationality or the citizenship. You know that in a country you can have 10 birth certificates. Our footballers are in such situations. And with these problems, we can find ourselves in problem of statelessness every year in many of our countries when the children go to school, to sit for the exams. Most of them do not have birth certificates. And in many countries now, there are legislations which authorize children to sit for exams without having an identity document. It means that we must be able to sort this situation and since identification is very difficult, we should include in our laws all the solutions which would allow to sort this issue. And this is a very important point. African citizenship, which was proposed by the African Union as part of Agenda 2063, is probably a means, but this African citizenship does not sort out the problem we have created. The African passport, the decision of 2018, I think, of the Executive Council is here to have an African passport, but the African passport is the passport of a country on which we wrote African passport. If you and in West Africa, the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire on the African passport. Could you please be brief? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. Brahima? I'm asking you, if possible, to be brief because we have a time constraint and we must abide by the time. No problem, Honorable. The issue of dual citizenship was included in the protocol to the Charter, and African countries rejected it and said that they cannot accept dual citizenship. And we all realize that dual citizenship, and particularly as for African diaspora, is an important issue. We must allow our compatriots in abroad to live there and have relations with their own compatriots in their countries. I would like also to refer to the binding character of this model law. This model law, as we said it earlier, is a means, a model type of law which is proposed by parliamentarians to various countries. And in this model law, we can only include standards and not sanctions. It is the national assemblies, national parliaments, which have the date whenever there is a standard. You then include a sanction. So the law itself is only a guide, a means to help countries to provide legislations which are in line with the protocol and the commitment which African countries have taken. So I leave it to my colleague now to continue. I thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. I thank you, Mr. Brahima. I now give the floor to Dr. Mandi in order to supplement the comments of Mr. Ibrahima. You have the floor.
شكرا.
I thank you, Doctor. I thank you, Doctor, for the information that you have shared with us. And now I would like to invite Dr. Engineer Sharif, Honorable Member Sharif Gebaili, in order to make a brief response to the interventions of their excellencies, the honorable members. You have the floor, sir.
شكرا سيادة الرئيسة.
Thank you, Madam President. In fact, all the concerns that have been expressed and all the ideas that have been presented are very important. This is one of the most important laws. And this is quite a complex subject in various African countries, and there are no clear solutions to this problem in African countries. The problem in this model law is that this model law is just a model because, as we know, the Pan-African Parliament does not yet have a legislative power. And of course, this has to do with the Malabo Protocol. So what we are trying to present now to national parliaments in our respective countries is that parliamentarians should present this draft model law to the local parliament in the country in order to know what would be the reaction or the feedback to this law. The law is quite complex and the situation is quite complex, but it is necessary to start with this subject. In fact, we started it in 2019, and we've been able to complete this subject during the present session of the Pan-African Parliament. What I would hope is that the member states and national parliaments will examine this model law. And if there are any comments, I think that each country has its own specificities and its own constitution. And on the basis of that, there could be some differences, discrepancies, but we would like to come to a common platform on this subject. Once again, this subject is very important and very sensitive, and I think this is one of the missions of the Pan-African Parliament to prepare these important model laws which have been neglected for several years. Thank you. A round of applause. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As you heard, the importance of the subject that has been presented today, considering its importance, we would like us to adopt this first reading of the model law, and this copy will be enriched after consultation with regional caucuses, experts, in order to come up with a stronger copy. So I would hope and would invite you to adopt this report. Mr. Deputy Clerk, if you could please read to us the pending items in the agenda. Madam President, the second item of this morning is the debate on the model law on labor in Africa. I thank you. I think for time constraints, then we will listen to the consultant make the presentation, and the debate will take place after lunch. So now I would like to invite Prof. or Madame Miss Gloria Moreno Fontes to make the presentation. I do apologize. For the second time, I would like to apologize to Miss Gloria Moreno Fontes. I would like to invite now Honorable Prof. Margaret Kamar. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President, I start by congratulating you for being on that seat. On behalf of the Committee of Trade, Customs and Immigration, I read our report, which has been circulated also to members. Through its Permanent Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters, the Pan-African Parliament contributes to the harmonization and development of sound policy and legal frameworks for cross-border, regional, and continental trade, customs, and immigration. Given that the protection of people engaged in labor and employment, including migrant workers, is a top priority for the African Union Commission and the PAP, with the support of the African Union Commission under the auspices of the Program on Labor Migration and the support of ILO under the Southern African Migration Management. PAP has implemented various initiatives on labor migration governance, including capacity building, trainings of members of the Continental Parliament. PAP also holds immense value in collaborative efforts towards strengthening of labor migration governance in the continent of Africa. The Pan-African Parliament established a partnership with the International Labour Organization to enhance the labor protection of migrant workers across the migrant workers through the improvement of labor migration legislation and carrying out advocacy for the ratification and effective implementation of ILO's migrant workers conventions, as well as other African Union and UN conventions. The protection of migrant workers and their families is firmly rooted in the UN International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of their Families, which was adopted in 1990 by the United Nations General Assembly. Lack of the labor protection for migrant workers undermines protection generally for all workers. The many international labor standards adopted over the years by the International Labour Conference of ILO are important for safeguarding the dignity and rights of migrant workers. In principle, all international labor standards, unless otherwise stated, are applicable to migrant workers. At the African continental level, a number of treaties and instruments have been adopted for the African Union member states. And these include the following. One, the Banjul Charter of Human and People's Rights of 1981, which lays out the fundamental rights to be enjoyed by all persons, including equality before the law. Two, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women, that's within the Maputo Protocol, which specifically guarantees the right to work. Three, the Abuja Protocol. The Abuja Protocol establishing the African Economic Community, AEC, in 1991, which foresees the realization of free movement of persons at a continental scale, the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the free movement of persons, and the right of residence and right of establishment under the AU Free Movement Protocol, and the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area after. Four, the African Youth Charter of 2006, which includes chapters specifically on education and skills development, as well as employment and livelihoods for youth, and calls for member states to, among others, revitalize vocational education and training relevant to the current and prospective employment and employment opportunities, and expand access by developing centers in rural and remote areas of our countries. The fifth is the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation at local, sub-regional, and regional levels, and to transform border areas into catalysts for growth, socioeconomic, and political integration of the continent. The sixth one is the protocol on the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the free movement of persons, the rights of residents, and the right of establishment, which contains several provisions which guarantee labor and migration mobility. In addition to the aforementioned 6 African Union treaties, the African Union developed African frameworks, policy frameworks aimed at enabling the continent to better manage and benefit from planned migration by providing strategic guidelines to member states and regional economic communities, the RECs, in the management of migration through the formulation and implementation of their own national and regional migration policies in accordance with their priorities and their resources. At the RECs level, since their formation, the RECs have become increasingly engaged in migration management through integrating migration-related provisions in the frameworks of their own policies. In order to ensure an effective protection of migrant workers, the Pan-African Parliament and partner institutions such as ILO need to continue strengthening their work on improving labor migration legislation at the country level, the RECs level, and finally at the continental level. At the same time, we should continue advancing work on advocating for the ratification and effective implementation of ILO migrant workers conventions, African Union treaties, and other instruments relating to migration and free movement of persons in Africa. Based on this, the Pan-African Parliament adopted on the 10th of November 2022 a resolution on the formulation of a model law on labor migration in Africa. Honorable members and Madam President, we organized, therefore, following that, a joint workshop on the formulation of the law on labor migration in Africa. The Committee of Trade, Customs and Migration Matters, in collaboration with ILO, organized a joint workshop with other 3 PAP committees on the validation of a model law on labor migration in Africa on the 30th October 2024 in Pretoria. The platform aimed at engaging with the members of the PAP committees of Trade, Customs and Immigration, the Committee of Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution, and the Committee on Justice, Human Rights. As was necessary to assist in validating the model law on labor and migration in Africa and incorporating the views of the parliamentarians in line with the mandate of the PAP. It also enables the parliamentarians to undertake a comprehensive study of the text of the draft model law, taking into consideration case studies done on labor migration, as well as international, regional, and national legal texts that could form the law. The objectives of the joint workshop, therefore, Madam President, was first to raise awareness among the PAP members and other stakeholders on the importance of a model law on labor migration and its role in safeguarding the rights of migrants. Two, to build consensus among members of parliament, legal experts, international organizations, and other stakeholders on the key elements of the draft model law on labor and migration in Africa. Three was to consider the proposed text on the draft model law on labor migration in Africa, considering best practices, case studies, and recommendations on national legal measures that support the inclusion of labor migration in immigration, employment, and social protection and laws. Fourth was to incorporate the feedback and recommendations provided through the consultations into the legal framework of the model law. Five was to enhance the capacity of PAP members to formulate and advocate for the adoption of national laws that are inclusive, non-discriminatory, and compliant with the protocol and other international standards. Finally, it was to promote bilateral and multilateral cooperation among African states in addressing issues relating to migrant labor, including the protection and promotion of the rights to migration. Madam President, before, in fact, the joint workshop, the Committee of Trade, Customs, and Immigration had a session earlier in September on the same with the experts, and so a draft model law was already in place. What were the recommendations we came up with as the joint committee, or during the joint workshop of the three committees? At the end of the joint workshop, the members of the three committees recommended as follows. One, member states should ensure that national labor migration authorities responsible for the management, regulation, and oversight of labor migration are capacitated to effectively implement the model law on labor migration in Africa when it is finalized, and to ensure its sustainability. Two, member states should ensure access to justice and effective remedies for migrant workers, including for migrant workers who leave their country of employment and wish to file or continue to file a claim from wherever they have gone back to. Three, member states should adopt measures to ensure the development and maintenance of an effective data management system which supports and informs appropriate labor migration policy, legal and institutional interventions. Four, member states should ensure that migrant workers in transit are not criminalized and that their rights are protected as enshrined in the regional and international treaties such as the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights of Banjul 1991, the ILO Migrant Workers Convention of 1975, and supplementary provision number 143 in particular, and the ILO Violence and Harassment Convention 2019, number 190. Finally, the Pan-African Parliament should encourage national parliaments to strengthen and or review their legal instruments to address challenges of migrant workers. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And now we will invite Honorable Mrs. Gloria, the expert in on the labor migration in Africa. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Dear honorable members and representatives of the Pan-African Parliament, good morning to all of you again. All protocols observed. It is an honor for me to be here. Let me begin by expressing the warm greetings of the International Labour Organization and ILO's gratitude for our joint established collaboration in the formulation of a draft model law on labour migration for Africa. The ILO is very pleased to recall that the ILO-PAP 2021 partnership aims to contribute to improve fair and effective labor migration governance in Africa, a key interest area in the joint ILO-PAP action plan. It also comprises actions such as the promotion of work with the media in combating hate speech, as well as promoting migrant workers' image by recognizing their positive contribution to development. It encompasses as well the production of advocacy tools for parliamentarians on the social protection of migrant workers. To advance work in this area, the ILO, through the Joint Labor Migration Program and the Southern Africa Migration Management Project, have provided technical support to the Pan-African Parliament through capacity building training of the members of the Continental Parliament. A legal policy paper is expected to provide conceptual guidance and backing in the formulation of a model law on labor migration in Africa, which will be informed by the relevant African Union treaties, the African Union Agenda 2063, the African Union Social Development Strategic Plan, and the Social Policy Framework for Africa, as well as the African Union Migration Policy Framework. The production of a PAP model law on labor migration for Africa will definitely contribute to the labor protection of migrant workers through the improvement of labor migration legislation and advocacy for the ratification, domestication, and effective implementation of ILO's conventions on the protection of migrant workers, as well as the UN 1990 International Convention on the protection of the rights of all migrant workers and members of their families. The ILO holds immense value in collaborative efforts with the Pan-African Parliament towards strengthening labor migration governance in Africa. ILO's 1919 constitutional mandate mentions the need for the protection of the interest of workers when employed in countries other than their own. International migration today is largely linked to the search for a job and better wages. The ILO is firmly convinced that lack of labor protection for migrant workers undermines protection generally for all workers. The ILO would also like to salute the rapid increase in the ratification of relevant ILO conventions on the protection of migrant workers in the African continent during the recent years. The model law on labor migration in Africa and its legal policy paper are expected to be informed by the legal and policy frameworks developed also by the various regional economic communities of this continent. A first workshop on the technical validation of the model law on labor migration in Africa took place the 30th of October of this year. Consideration and formal endorsement of the model law and its report took place on the 6th of November. And today we are here to do a presentation of the model law before this plenary. As I end this statement, I would like to thank you again for a very rich and fruitful collaboration between the International Labour Organization and the Pan-African Parliament, and for its continuation in the formulation of other important guiding tools, such as the model law on labor migration in Africa. Have a very nice day, and please receive ILO's gratefulness. Thank you.
شكرا سيدة.
Thank you very much, Madam Gloria Moreno Fontes from the International Labour Organization. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Marius Olivier, the consultant, to give his presentation.
Honourable President and honourable members of the Pan-African Parliament, thank you for the opportunity to share with you briefly some of the context, in particular an overview of the draft model law on labour migration in Africa. It has been a privilege to work with many of you, the three committees first that we met, and then the subsequent meeting with the specific committee, as already indicated by our ILO colleague. And thank you also for the collaboration of many institutions, the African Union Commission, the ILO, the IAM, and others who generously share their comments and advice on the model law. The model law is quite extensive given the nature of labour migration. Let me say from the onset, as already became clear in our previous discussion, that this is a model law. It's not binding. It's meant to provide guidance to countries in the continent. We'll come back to that. So briefly, I've been allocated 20 minutes, so I'm going to stay within that time frame. But briefly, this is what we want to cover, as you can see on the contents slide here. So let me move immediately to the mandate and the purpose, and much of this is reflected in the purpose provision article of the model law. It is meant to be a legal tool that will serve as a guiding framework for African Union member states in managing international labour migration in an effective, harmonized and coordinated manner. And as the purpose provision says, this can be done in different ways, laws, subordinate legislation, and other related frameworks. Importantly, it combines human rights, fundamental labour rights, and developmental and gender-based approaches. All of this is extremely relevant and important for the area of labour migration. And it's meant to support concrete action by ILO constituents, PAP and other stakeholders on the promotion and implementation of AU, REX, and international legal instruments and policy frameworks, including ILO International Labour Standards. The process to date, much of this has already been mentioned, so let me not repeat this. Safe to say, and the second last bullet, as already mentioned, the comments received from the members of the committees, AUC, ILO, and IM. And we have already now seen 3 consecutive draft versions, the last of which is now being presented to you today. On the normative framework, it's an extremely comprehensive framework of standards and norms that we had to look at, starting at the global level, the UN and ILO in particular, human rights-oriented instruments, vast range of them, labor migration-focused instruments, in particular emanating from the ILO, even free trade arrangements, etc. But also many soft law instruments, i.e. non-binding instruments, guiding instruments emanating from the UN and the ILO recommendations as opposed to conventions which could be binding, UN general comments made on particular issues in relation to labor migration, the UN Global Compact, a very important compact that was adopted by all member states in the world of the UN, 2018, on regular and orderly migration, the so-called GCM. ILO general surveys, supervisory bodies of the UN and their recommendations. Equally comprehensive, the AU normative framework. The AU has done has embarked on a vast inquiry over the years in this area, but starting with the most important baseline instrument already mentioned earlier today, the so-called Banjul Charter, or the Charter on Human and People's Rights, as importantly has been interpreted also for the area of labor migration, specific AU protocols and their relevant provisions, free movement instruments, there are many of them, both at the continental and the REX levels, free trade agreements provisions. But soft law instruments, important ones, Agenda 2063, the recently adopted Declaration on Migrant Workers' Rights, the Migration Policy Framework and Action Plan already mentioned, guidelines on bilateral labor and migration, migrant welfare program guidelines, and others as well. And then AU Commission surveys. At the REX levels, REX treaty laws, we have seen some of our REX quite active in this area. SADC, ECOWAS, for example, nowadays, recently also EAC and IGAT on the move as well. But also the soft law instruments at the REX level. Quite a few REX have adopted also recently labor migration policy frameworks. At the national level, we have seen important arrangements at the level of different kinds of laws, but as I will explain shortly, these laws are scattered. Guiding frameworks have been developed. In particular, policy frameworks, so we've seen a mushrooming of national labor migration policies all throughout the continent. Unilateral and bilateral arrangements contained in national laws, interesting area, but then bilateral arrangements themselves, both bilateral labor agreements or arrangements, MOUs, but also social security bilateral social security agreements, and then constitutional provisions that may be relevant. Now, the one important thing to indicate here is that we couldn't come across until now, at least, any country in the continent where we have a single consolidated labor migration law. Labor migration as a thematic area is scattered across a wide range of legal instruments in our countries, i.e. immigration laws, dedicated laws concerning foreign employment, labor laws, social security laws, specific laws or instruments regulating and protecting migrant workers abroad. We've seen an increase in this recently. The rights of an obligation imposed on migrant workers contained in different kinds of laws. Policies, labor migration policy, but also other sectoral policies. And at the REX level, then, as already said, REX free movement regimes and regional policy frameworks. So this has complicated the task of developing a model law, the absence of a kind of a unified law anywhere in the continent. The structure of the draft model law, this is what I will spend the next 10, 12 minutes on. There you have the overall structure, the preamble, part 1 on general provisions, Part 2, dealing with fundamental rights and obligations of labor migration actors. Part 3, regulation of labor migration. That's the more extensive part of the, or the most extensive part of the model law. But then also the critical part on implementation, coordination, monitoring, and finally some concluding provisions. The preamble, as you might have noticed, is quite extensive. There are so many considerations to be taken into account, given the scope of labor migration, as you would have seen. I must say we are indebted also to this recent document that I already referred to, even though it's a soft law instrument, the AU Draft Declaration on the Protection and Promotion of the Rights of Migrant Workers, which is perhaps the most recent pronouncement at the level of the AU on migrant workers. Really a very potent, if I could use a term, document. Article 1 then, under the general provisions, which is part 1, Article 1 deals with the purpose provision. I don't need to say anything more about that. Article 2 concerns the scope and the primacy of the law. It deals with all migrant workers. Of course, there may be specialized arrangements, some of which are contained in the law for specific migrant worker groups. And much of this is also regulated at the international level. For example, there are separate arrangements, legal arrangements for refugees, amongst others. Article 3 is quite a lengthy article on the different definitions that we employ in the model law. And again, it is reflective of the range and the scope of labor migration, which is just so extensive. And the same applies to Article 5 and the guiding principles. It's an unusually long list of guiding principles given the extensive range or scope then rather of labor migration. Article 4 deals with interpretations. It sort of follows the general rules that we have on interpretation of and in model laws. Part 2 is, of course, of critical importance because it deals with fundamental rights and obligations of labor migration actors. So we use actors in the broad sense of the word. And Article 6 is the introductory provision on this. It refers to universal human rights, but also labor rights of migrant workers. Now, the importance of universal human rights is to be found in the fact that they are indeed universal. They apply across the board. They apply whether the migrant worker is in a regular or in an irregular situation. And that, of course, is already reflected in AU instruments, and we have tried to kind of bring all of that together. But then labor rights of migrant workers. And here there is to be a distinction drawn between migrant workers in a regular situation and migrant workers in an irregular situation. And those details of the distinctions you will find in Article 10 and Article 11. I'll come back to that within a moment. So universal human rights setting the basis and fundamental labor rights doing the same of migrant workers. Then flowing from that Article 7 list or enumerate then the obligations on the part of the state. And the main role player here or actor here, of course, is the state. The state has a vast responsibility in relation to migrant workers. And I'm referring in particular, firstly, to the state of employment or the country of destination, if you like. If you really analyze all of the AU, UN, and ILO instruments, you'll see that this is where the core of the responsibility lies on countries receiving migrant workers or allowing migrant workers to be in the country, and so it should be. However, also states of origin. States of origin do have a legal obligation vis-à-vis their own citizens, being abroad or even then working abroad. And flowing from that, we have seen first as a measure or a matter of state practice, a wide range of measures developing all over the world, whereby states of countries of origin would support their own migrant workers, very often for the reason that they may not enjoy sufficient support in any event or protection then in and by the countries of destination. This has found its way into African instruments as well. The Africa Union adopted in 2022 a set of guidelines on migrant welfare programs, which then deals with the plight of migrant workers abroad and what countries of origin, African countries of origin, could and should do. It is not, in the first place, the ideal situation, but we have to have that in place for the reasons that I have given. Right. So Article 8 considers then the obligations that could or should be imposed on other migrant actors other than the state. And there are essentially four categories there. There are employers in the first place. Secondly, there are labor recruiters and recruitment agencies. And we know everywhere in the world, and certainly in Africa in particular, this is a major, major issue. That how do we make sure that labor recruiters and recruitment agencies, that they provide a service which is unbiased, which is non-discriminatory, and protective of the rights of migrant workers. But also then, as a third set of, or third category of migrant actors, trade unions, quite important for migrant workers, of course, and then migrant worker associations beyond the framework of trade unions. And what the model law does is to kind of indicate what the obligations to be imposed on these other actors could and should be, with reference to good practice examples that we find partly in the continent, but also in legal instruments in some other countries. The obligation then of migrant workers is a particular clause, and it follows the trend that we have in African instruments, in particular at the AU level, whereby the emphasis is not only on the rights of persons involved, but also what are the obligations. Even the Banjul Charter, which is the most important mainline document in the continent, indicates clearly that there are obligations as well. So we have tried to summarize those obligations through legal provisions, such as compliance with the national laws of the country where they work, with the employment contract that they enter into, and the like. Migrant workers in a regular situation vis-a-vis migrant workers in an irregular situation. Now, eventually, in view of the discussions we had at the level of the committees, of the PAP committees, we decided to follow the standardized approach, if I could use the word, the global standardized approach as to the protection that should be afforded to migrant workers in a regular situation. And in short, and there are some details, of course, that you'll see in Article 10, is that migrant workers in a regular situation should, subject to very few exceptions, be treated on par with national workers in the country concerned, with the exception probably of, for example, political rights, and we make this clear, I think, in Article 10, sub-Article 2. But that is a general rule, and so it should be. So while we stipulate then in general terms, but on a standardized basis, the rights of migrant workers in a regular situation, for migrant workers in an irregular situation, there we have to be specific, because the rule there is not that migrant workers in an irregular situation enjoy the same or should enjoy the same protection than national workers. So you have to indicate and stipulate, and that's why it's such a lengthy article, which are the areas where and to what extent are they entitled to protection. And again, we have largely leaned on the provisions of very important AU and REX instruments and few country provisions on this, but certainly also the ILO and UN framework. Right, so there's not time for any detail. Part 3 on the regulation of labor migration, first and foremost, the issue of visas and work permits. And here, of course, we have strong provisions in our countries, especially in the migration laws or the laws in relation to foreign workers. And we have used that to develop provisions on visas and work permits. They speak for themselves. Facilitation of labor movement is is a comprehensive area. It deals not only, but it certainly does deal with free movement instruments and the impact of free movement instruments. So there are principal provisions on labor movement in the article, but then a number of provisions in relation to free movement protocols and what do we make with them, make of them, so to say, and the implementation at a national level. Employment Contracts, Article 14, again, is a comprehensive article. This is we know from experience in this context that unless you have employment contracts properly developed and in writing, of course, and ideally to be supported by a model or standard employment contract, our migrant workers are at the negative receiving end. So therefore, then the provisions on employment contracts, family reunification, increasingly provided for in our laws and certainly in the free movement protocols, for example. So we have tried to qualify that in line with the existing practices, a legal practice also in the continent. Fair and ethical recruitment, Article 16, in a vast and extensive terrain, and the need for proper regulation and effective regulation is evident. So we've tried to bring on board the vast range of national expertise, but certainly also AU provisions and UN and ILO provisions in this area, and try to link public regulation, so to say, also with private regulation through codes of conduct of umbrella organizations of recruitment agencies to make both of these relevant and effective. Loss and change of employment, two issues, loss of employment and change of employment. They are well founded and well-developed international law principles in this regard, which we have brought on board. The same applies to Article 18, which is a very specific issue but important, the failure to secure employment, but also the inability to work due to illness and injury once you have moved as a migrant worker. And there, as you will have seen, we distinguish between migrant workers who have permanent resident status in the country of employment and those without such a status. Article 19, relevant in relation to savings, earnings, and belongings, and critical for the continent, remittance regulation. Remittances, interestingly, is not always properly regulated in the continent. I mean, there are many programs, some policies, but we need to frame up our regulatory framework. And so we have developed on what is out there otherwise available in the national sphere, and commitments that African countries have already made, also in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals in this regard. For example, to reduce by 2030 remittance costs to a maximum of 3% of GDP. Where most of our countries and the corridors in the continent, we are far from that for the moment. Taxation of earnings, taxation on a basis equal to that of national workers, and the avoidance of double taxation, of course. Return and sustainable reintegration, again, a vast topic, and so much needs to be done, and so many developments are taking place in the continent, and good instruments and solid studies being undertaken also at the AU level. All of this inform the issue, firstly, of return, and once they have returned, how to ensure that returning migrant workers are sustainably reintegrated. Skills announcement and skills recognition, the same applies. This is a comprehensive topic which has gained significantly in importance over the last few years. National arrangements, but almost in all the RECs in the continent, and now also at the continental level, we have frameworks around this to help guide this. To a large extent, this applies to social security for migrant workers. The principles are well developed over the years. Many, if not most of our countries adopt those principles. Some can go further and fine-tune this. So please have a look at, you would have considered those provisions in terms of what countries can and should do unilaterally, but importantly in this area through bilateral arrangements, bilateral social security agreements, and if nothing else works, then also in terms of bilateral labor agreements, which is the topic of Article 24. We see a large number of BLAs in Africa, and they're not always sufficiently protective of migrant workers' rights. And that is why we have elaborated on what typically could and should go into such an agreement. Part 4 on implementation, coordination, monitoring. Firstly, Article 25, institutional racism monitoring enforcement, setting up a framework.
Sir Oliver, time, Mr.
Yes, and the national consultation, social dialogue, data issues, Article 27, offences regulation, and then the final part deals with matters typical of any model law, amendment revision, entry into force, and authentic text. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olivier, for this very comprehensive presentation. And I would like to now announce lunch break. We are going to return this afternoon at 14:50 for the afternoon session. Thank you.
Hello? Honorable members, the first Vice President.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. سادة النواب، أيها الحضور الكرام، سنبدأ من حيث توقفنا ونبدأ النقاش.
We're going to start now. And Mr. Sami Cognon from Benin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, dear colleague. I should like to make a contribution to, first of all, to congratulate the World Labour Organization, its partners and consultants, and also our colleagues, members of committees, for the holding of this very important workshop. And the model law on the issue of migration is an important model law, as underlined before. But, Madam Chair, I should like to look at my list and go point by point. In the context listed, it says that the Pan-African Parliament has a partnership with the World Labour Organization. And I would like this partnership to be strengthened and that a work plan be prepared, and that will need to be inserted into our strategic plan, as well as describing a roadmap, performance indicators as well, because we will need to manage and follow up this theme. And of course, we will need a budget. A budget because when I look at the provisions of the model law and I see that already it is important to ratify treaties and protocols. And in point 2, it says, it mentions the Maputo Protocol concerning the African Charter of the rights of people. There is no state party or party state if there is no ratification and signature of the protocol. And what draws my attention, Madam Chair, and that I would like to share with you, is the ratification of the African Charter for Youth. Madam Chair, you know very well that the future belongs to the youth. And our youth in all our states are like a latent bomb. It is said that there is a promotion of university degrees, working in other states, and adopting recruitment, preferential recruitment policies. How are we going to achieve that if there is no clear work plan and no roadmap? And if I would like to recommend to WLO to support the Pan-African Parliament by clearly giving clear definitions. Let us not have workshops where it's just a talk shop, because the model law in its implementation will require a lot of work. When you go to the articles, for example, Article 19 on page 50, you will see, Madam Chair, that, and also when you go to Article 22 and 50, you will see that it is indicated that we should not fall into the trap of our laws, because if there are no decrees, nothing can be applied or implemented. Madam Chair, it's the same situation when you go to page 54. You will see that issues of development and recognizing skills, all of this should be followed up. This is why I should like to encourage the fact that we need to have a work plan, a roadmap, as well as performance indicators. Madam Chair, I should like to ask them a question. I have found out in the press that the Doha meeting took place in May 2024. This meeting gathered 25 African countries, Gulf countries, and handled the same issue. Was the Pan-African Parliament associated with that meeting? I'm not sure that such a meeting can take place on migration if WLO is not aware of it. I think it's important that the Pan-African Parliament be associated with this endeavor. And this is why all these initiatives concerning implementation of these provisions, protecting workers' rights and favoring youth, be taken into account with the partnership with our parliament. And also we have regional caucuses of national parliaments, and we have relationships with the governments that initiate these treaties and protocols, because those are projects signed by countries. It won't be proposals for model laws that would come from us. I thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the whole team, and I reiterate my wish that all this needs to be inserted into the strategic plan to ensure good management based on results. Thank you.
Senator الموقر Jean-Marie Birantigi.
Merci,
Burundi.
Excellence.
Thank you very much, Madam First Vice President, for giving me the floor. Let me begin by thanking the speakers who gave this presentation. But also, I should like to thank them because when we were in the workshop, they have made a lot of effort because it is a subject or a theme that is very current. As chair of the Committee on Justice, I was delighted to see that they took into account access to justice for migrant workers. That is a very good thing indeed, because it's something that we cannot neglect. We have heard before that sometimes a migrant is not well treated in some countries. And then when it goes to court, justice is not accessible for migrant workers. Concerning this model law, we would like to recommend to our states to respect the rights of migrant workers, because if you don't respect the rights of people who are in your country, tomorrow you will hear complaints from your nationals who are working elsewhere. So we have the obligation of respecting the rights of migrant workers. There remains a problem, and that is that today we hear in many countries from ministries of foreign affairs that have begun to coordinate conventions to sign with other countries who have migrant labor. But we continue to hear that there are recruitment agencies that are not serious. There are people who are recruited, but they don't somehow get the job that they were recruited for. And in transit countries, there are human rights violations. Migrant workers are beaten up sometimes, and this model law, I believe, will help us to improve the situation. We also recommend that there be synergy and good collaboration between employers, unions, agencies, and workers' associations, so that everything can be harmonized, because it is in our interest for the stakeholders to work together to improve the situation in terms of the rights of migrant workers. Thank you.
كلمة الآن للنائب الموقر عبد الله بركات إبراهيم جيبوتي فليتفضل.
You have the floor, Honorable from Djibouti. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The model law on labor migration in Africa is a good theme. Citizens should be able to move around on our continent for employment purposes. But African labor is also confronted with abuse in terms of exploitation outside of our continent, because we export African labor to the Middle East, etc. And these migrants in those countries are victims of human rights violations. Sometimes it happens that some of them are even killed. We would like to ask what is the experiences encountered in treating or addressing the abuse of migrant workers. We can give you examples in Africa, but we are interested also in experiences that have been encountered outside of Africa. For me, human rights abuses happen outside of Africa. Aside from the protocol on the free movement of people, the right of residence, that treaty is only ratified by 4 countries, and 32 countries have signed it, but have ratified but not signed it. Which is the organ that handles this issue within the African Union while we wait for the implementation of this protocol, Madam Chair? What would be measures to take by African Union organs in order to handle migration, labor migration outside of the continent? Thank you.
Senator.
The floor now goes to Senator from Kenya.
For giving me the opportunity to make my contribution on this matter. Madam President, we must support this law, this model law on migration. And the first thing I want to say, it is personal to me. We must support it because many years ago, when I was a little boy back in Kenya, I owe my very good English to a migrant teacher from Uganda. Uganda at that time had some instability, and a lot of the academia came to Kenya. Also, Madam Speaker, I speak good French, and it is because of Monsieur Jean Pacifique, who also taught me some French when we were in our formative stages in high school. Madam Speaker, it is also personal because some of my family members don't work in Kenya. They work outside and within the continent of Kenya. So labor migration, this model law, is critical because it will help establish the right of workers wherever they are in this African continent. We must support it, and we must fight what has become the new trend. Because when we were younger, Madam Speaker, the spirit of Pan-Africanism was very strong. And it was so easy to move from Nairobi, you go to Kampala, from Kampala you go to Dar. It was so easy. Movement within, I'm talking about East Africa. It was simple and easy. At that time, in fact, our community, East African community, was very strong. Our people would work in East African harbors, for example, which used to operate Mombasa in Kenya, to operate in Kampala, it would operate in Nairobi, it would operate in Dar es Salaam. So the spirit, our political leaders at that time were not protectionist. And that is why some of us benefited from expertise from other parts of Africa. But, Madam President, of late, protectionism and nationalism within the state of Africa has become more and more pronounced. And this has been against the spirit of our founding fathers. You find countries are putting protectionist measures to control migrant workers. And yet, Madam Speaker, some countries have more expertise than others. Instead of creating a free labor movement, free movement of labor within the continent. Some countries are very protectionist, and this is because of bad politics. People want to be elected, so they don't have an agenda, and they start saying, no, this other country is taking all our jobs. So they stand and tell their voters that when we get elected, we will reduce the number of migrant workers because they're taking our jobs. And Mr. Speaker, this must be condemned. We must use this Parliament of Africa to tell off political leaders who are doing negative politics against the spirit of Pan-Africanism. Because this is creating a very reverse trend of what our forefathers fought for. And we must use this stage. We must pronounce ourselves and say, let us protect and promote labor migration so that Africa is free. If I want to work in another country within the continent, I should be free to do so, Madam President. You know, people complain that Africans are mistreated when they cross from North Africa, they cross the Atlantic to go and look for opportunities in Europe. And yet, Madam Speaker, within our own continent, there is segregation and mistreatment of our own workers. And it is terrible. And we must use this platform to condemn those countries that are doing protectionist policies against other African countries. But yet they are the first ones who stand up and say, oh, our people are crossing Libya, they are being killed there and whatnot. And yet within their own countries, they are segregating other African countries. Madam Speaker, this model law, we must support it. We must support it, and we must use this opportunity to tell off those who are against the spirit of Pan-Africanism. We must rise high above and tell them off and tell this continent that it is time that we treat ourselves better. Because those Europeans can see what we are doing to our own brothers and sisters. And yet we complain when they do the same across the Atlantic. So I want to really support this model law. I thank the people who have been behind this work. They have done an excellent job. I've looked at the provisions, and I think, honorable members, if we pass this, we have taken the first step in the right direction. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Now I give the floor to Sidan Ahmed from Tunisia. Floor to Esther Metshuli, that is from Kenya.
Not here.
Yeah. I give the floor to Honorable Member Somoza from Mauritania.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, not only do I support my predecessor and others who have spoken before me on this subject, because I think that not only are we happy to have this model law on migration, labor migration in Africa, I can say that today I'm a parliamentarian, but my colleague from WLO, who presented this document, I was actually regional advisor for East Africa and Central Africa at WLO. I know the subject very well. I know this issue of migration very well. I've served in the WLO office in Dakar and Abidjan before I went back to my country to be a politician. The question I'm asking myself and then I'm asking Professor Kamar, we ask ourselves sometimes if we should be the ones voting on this model law, because we have consultative powers only. If we have approved this model law, it is for it to be submitted to the African Union and to the heads of state assembly that will in turn send it to national parliaments so that it can be included in their laws. Because indeed, someone spoke before me to say that we have quite an arsenal, quite a legal arsenal concerning migration, temporary migrants, seasonal migrants, etc. And we have a multitude of conventions, sometimes even bilateral conventions between countries that protect migrants. But all of this is not respected because sometimes countries just apply their national labor codes. So we have the Convention 143 of WLO on migrant workers. Out of curiosity, I would really like to know how many member states of the Pan-African Parliament who ratified this convention that is in fact the foundation of all the conventions. Because even if today we are talking about conventions on migrant workers in Banjul, or someone has just said it, we know that in Article 6 of this convention, it says, in the event of a conflict with any other law on labor migration, the provisions of this law prevail. I would like for heads of state to accept that, and that this provision be part of national legal arsenal. Otherwise, any country will mention its national laws to avoid protecting migrants. We know we speak today about migrants being expelled from everywhere, whether it be at the north of Africa, whether it be at the border with Niger and Libya, whether it be between Mauritania, my country, and Morocco, for migrant workers who travel by boat to go to the borders of the European Union. No law is adhered to for migrants. No law is respected for migrants. So what I would wish for is that not only to say we have discussed all of this at length and it will remain in a drawer in an office, but Madam Chair, if this model law be approved, this should become a recommendation. Because if this model law can be accepted or approved by our national parliaments, we will have contributed to Pan-Africanism, because we would have succeeded in that way. Thank you.
I give floor to Satina Oke from Equatorial Guinea. I think she's not in the chamber. So we have reached the end of the interventions. So now I call Professor Malicio Lofera Olivier, the consultant, to respond to the interventions and comment. No, I think the member, she's here. So I'll give the floor to the honorable member.
Wait.
I give the floor to Professor to respond.
Honorable, vous voulez intervenir?
You want to contribute? You want to... Honorable Satanono?
I had registered my name for debate on the model law on labor and migration in Africa. Thank you. Please allow me the floor.
تفضلوا.
He called you more than 10, so I give you the floor now. So you have the floor now.
Floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving the floor. I didn't hear my name. My name is Senator Tony Sbanze from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I didn't hear you call my name. Nevertheless, thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor to make my contribution to the model law on labor migration in Africa. And congratulations once again to the President of the Committee on Trade, Customs and Migration Matters. I rise, Madam President, to make my voice in support of this important model law, and I also appreciate the presentations made by the two experts. Madam President, I reiterate my previous presentation that I made on citizenship and statelessness, that the problem we have for this continent are the barriers to move freely due to the colonial borders. We are Africans and we have one blood in us, and we have been anciently separated by these borders and through these different colonial languages. So, Madam President, the problem we have on labor migration are the territorial borders. Otherwise, we will not be having this model law based on migration within the continent, because we will be moving freely in this regard. Migration within the continent for better employment opportunities is good, but it needs to be structured and managed, Madam President. So the African Free Continental Trade Area project is a good initiative that will stimulate continental job creation opportunities. And this model law on migration is or must align in support to efficient the AfCFTA. In May 2024, in Benghazi, Libya, in North Africa, there was a conference on Africa migration to Europe through the deadly Mediterranean Sea, which has swallowed many souls of Africans in their pursuit for better employment opportunities in Europe. So a lot of children in Africa are orphans. A lot of women are widows. Countries lose their people as they cross the Mediterranean Sea for job opportunities and better lives, so they say. So the question I have, Madam President, is that does this model law on labor migration in Africa cover the migration or illegal migration of Africans to Europe through the deadly and life-threatening channels? Will Africa develop a law or agreement or a framework with the European countries where Africans migrate to, so that these citizens move in a way that is not a threat to their life. A lot of Africans are trafficked and killed, no remorse, hoping they are led to better life, hoping they are led to a better life. Madam President, the other reasons for escalated labor migration is due to fiscal issues and government or national budgets austerity measures that include hiring freeze and making redundant government posts. We all know that governments are the largest single employers of economies. For the Kingdom of Eswatini, we have recently experienced an increase in migration of qualified personnel with minimum first-degree graduates to overseas. These include qualified nurses, medical staff, qualified teachers, engineers, and many more. So the Kingdom of Eswatini, through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, gives out scholarships or bursaries to qualifying and deserving Emaswati who wants to pursue degree programs at accredited universities. As much as this is good, as much as these migration is good opportunities for graduates to receive their jobs outside the continent, our country is losing. We cannot recover the partial loans or scholarships, and also we lose in taxes as a country. So in our country, people don't just migrate willingly as they want to stay in their own country. But because of these austerity measures, the hiring freezes really impacts on our people. I have a recommendation, therefore, Madam President, as I close. I support the model law, and therefore I recommend that we consider as a continent the setting up of a continental continent. I repeat, I wrote it down. As I support the model law, I recommend that we consider, or the continent establishes an African Continental Labor Migration Agency. That will be a one-stop implementation agency for all labor migration issues in Africa. This agency must identify employment opportunities in the continent for the African people and facilitate placing in jobs of the African labor citizens. This agency can help build profiles for the applicants and facilitate visas, negotiated salary scales for the people. The same agency can be responsible for the vetting of the employers so that people are not exploited. Their core function will include the conducting of due diligence on the jobs available or created so that no immigrants are trafficked. Let's move forward with this continent, leaving no one behind. Let's strive as leaders in this continent for a better life for all. One Africa, one voice, equal opportunities for all. Thank you, Madam President, for accepting my intervention.
Thank you, Honorable. If there is no any other intervention, I will give the floor to Professor Olivier to respond.
President, thank you so much, colleagues, for the feedback. I've listened carefully. Most of the feedback, I think, concerns issues around the model law and its implementation, of course. Important steps can further be thought of. Not much of what I heard really, may have an impact on further revisions to be done for now. I would like to, and thank you so much for the, the support that has been expressed. This is an extremely critical matter, and I've heard the sentiments too. Just a few very small remarks. Our colleague from Mauritania asked, for interest's sake, the ratification of Convention 143 by African Union member states. I had a quick look while he was talking. Out of the 30 current ratifications in the world, Africa has 14, African member states, 14 of the 30.
Professor, إن لم يكن هناك.
Prof, so I hope that you are going to stand and then respond to the members of parliament. you.
Because my back is now, which is very unfriendly gesture in my culture, to have your back to people. Short. Thank you very much for the members, honourable members of Parliament, for your remarks. Most of the remarks do not really pertain to further revisions for the moment to be done, as I gathered from what you said. There was a question by the honourable member for Mauritania about the ratification of Convention 143. I had a quick look. Of the 30 current ratifications, 14 of the 30 are actually from African Union member states. The last speaker referred to the question as to whether the model law applies to or whether it covers what he calls illegal migration to Europe. Now, the model law is about labor migration. So the question is to what extent the model law deals with labor migration also of irregular migrant workers to whether it's Europe or wherever else. And there are, in fact, several provisions in the model law that under different articles. The one is the article on migrant workers in an irregular situation. Looking at that from the perspective also of African member countries of origin. This is an important issue, as I mentioned earlier. The African Union adopted in 2022 guidelines on a migrant welfare program that actually also, in detail deals with these very matters. For the rest, thank you for the remarks and for the support. As I've said, I've also noted the sentiments expressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Olivier, على your response of the honorable members. Now, we present, or we request you to support the adoption of the model law on labor migration. Thank you for all of you, and now I request our guests if they can leave now. I'll give them the permit to leave the hall. Thank you.
تفضل السيد لمين. نعم.
I give the floor to the clerk of the parliament.
Madam President, the next point is the presentation on the report by the Women's Caucus.
ندعو الآن.
Now I give the floor to the Honorable Victoria, the of the Women Caucus to present the report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency and fellow colleagues. Allow me to stand in the existing protocols. First and foremost, receive our sincere congratulations, Your Excellency, from the Women Caucus for accession of into your highest office of the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. And we pledge our support. We work with you throughout your tenure as the first Vice President. This afternoon, Your Excellency, I'll present a draft report from the Women Caucus of the activities from June 20 to November 2024. In summary, the Women Caucus carried out several activities according to its program of work for 2024 as follows. We considered and adopted the minutes of the previous meetings, and we considered and adopted reports of the communique from the Pan-African Women's Day commemoration. We also received a presentation on women political participation, WPP, Africa Barometer 2024 by Susan Tome from Gender Links. The first activity, the report on a high-level round table on the celebration of the Pan-African women in N'Djamena, Chad, which was conducted on 31st July to 1st of August. The Pan-African Parliament, through its Women Caucus, in collaboration with Chad National Transition Council, organized a high-level roundtable in N'Djamena, Chad, in commemoration of the Pan-African Women's Day. This event aligned with the African Union's 2024 theme, Educating an African Fit for the 21st Century, focusing on developing resilient education system for lifelong learning and inclusive quality education across Africa. This roundtable brought together participants from PAP, Chad National Transition Council, Parliament of Cote d'Ivoire and Malawi, the African Union Commission, the Chadian Civil Society Organization. The discussion, African women, contributions to liberation struggles, and deliberated on the strategies to enhance educational access for women and girls. Key objectives included celebrating African women's achievements, raising awareness on the lifelong education, and improving legislative support for gender equality in education. The second activity was the presentation Women Participation in Politics, Africa Barometer 2024 by Susan Tome, Gender and Governance Associate from Gender Links. The Women Political Participation, WPP, Africa Barometer 2024 is an initiative within a consortium led by International IDEA to increase women's involvement in politics and governance across Africa. The consortium focuses in efforts on 8 African countries, which include Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire. The Africa Barometer functions as a research and advocacy tool aimed at tracking progress and challenges in women political representation. The 2024 Africa Barometer provides an overview of women's representation across various political and governance roles in Africa. Key findings included parliament representation, leadership roles, executive roles in government. The Women Caucus agreed with the Afrobarometer findings of the manifest barriers women experience in their effort to participate in politics. These barriers are cultural and social norms, hostile environment in political spaces, economic constraints like lack of resources. Women often lack economic resources needed to fund political campaigns and sustain political activities, putting them at disadvantage. They also lack of support system like boys' network. Women lack the support networks that male counterparts often rely on, such as boys' club, making it harder for women to gain foothold. There's also negative on roles of media. Problematic media representation. Traditional and social media frequently reinforce negative stereotypes, emphasizing challenges and often being part of the problem rather than supporting women political engagement. For those who may be interested to consult the WPP Africa Barometer 2024, the full report is available in the PAP library in English and French languages. Lastly, Your Excellency, the 15th PAP Conference on Women's Rights, and which was scheduled to take place on 10 and 11 November 2024, it was deferred to allow women to source more financial resources. The Women Caucus had no budgetary allocation in 2024 to carry out its activities, which included the annual Conference on Women's Rights. Although the Secretariat managed to fundraise a figure of $20,000 from partners, the funds were not enough to hold the conference. The PAP Annual Conference on Women's Rights it is an important platform to discuss pressing issues, assessing progress, and formulating strategies to enhance women's rights, empowerment, and participation across Africa. Therefore, it is important for PAP to provide funding for the Women Caucus in the institution budget to enable it to implement its programs. In conclusion, Your Excellency, during the reporting period, the Women Caucus successfully held 3 meetings and celebrated the Pan-African Women's Day, marking an important occasion to honor the contributions and achievements of women across the continent. Additionally, the Women Caucus made the decision to defer the planned Women's Conference to a future date, allowing for further preparation and fundraising. In light of the ongoing work and initiatives, the Women Caucus appealed to the Bureau to continued support, particularly throughout the provision of funding within the institutional budget to enable the successful implementation of its activities. Such support is crucial for empowering women, fostering leadership, and advancing gender equality within the organization and beyond. Your Excellency, before I take my seat, allow me to acknowledge Ms. Ayanda Nkwane, who has shown interest to partner with the Women Caucus. And not only that, I'm sure, unfortunately, most women are not in the chamber, but yesterday we had received some gifts from this Ayanda Nkwane. So allow me to acknowledge the gesture which she has shown to partner with the Women Caucus. And I'm sure in the long end, we in the Women Caucus, we are going to lobby Ms. Ayanda to be our ambassador for the Women Caucus. With these few remarks, I thank you for your listening. Thank you so much.
I wish to thank you very much for this very clear presentation. We do hope that the necessary funding will be found for the proposed activities to be undertaken at least in 2025. I give the floor now to Honorable Kuchani Nike from Benin. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. I congratulate the President of the Caucus of Women's Caucus. Madam President of the Women's Caucus, I read with a lot of attention your report, and I'm going to be very critical, which does not will not prevent your report to be accepted and adopted. When you take the high-level roundtable that was held in Chad, apparently you did not write to the parliamentary caucus of our national parliament, because I'm convinced that if such a correspondence had been sent, the women's caucuses of our parliament would have traveled to the meeting. I noted that you only look at the issue on the census point of view, but when you talk about the caucus, there's also the Pan-African Day of Women. You said it very well, and I'd like to ask you, have you at least in the PAP delegation, have you at least, have you got somebody from the education committee? Have you got, if you don't want a man, do you have someone from the education, from the social affairs, health committee? And the Justice Committee as well, the human rights issues. I'd like to draw your attention on the fact that in the implementation of your program, you need to take into account the cross-cutting nature, because there are issues that are like that, and you need to work with the other committees. Madam Chairperson of the committee, you said it, the report is available. You know, I saw the Afrobarometer on Botswana, DRC, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire. This is good, but in my country, for a long time, women were only five, numbering five in parliament, and it took the political will to change this. We modified the constitution, and we required for one woman at least to be in each area, its voting area, and this is how we had 24 plus the 5 that we had, and today we have 29 women, which I also saw in your report from page 3 to page 4. You said that in the parliament in the eastern region, the percentage has improved, whereas in other regions, it's 26%. So what should we do? We need to come up with a strategy, and you have the opportunity here to do some advocacy here. And looking at the role of the leadership of women, I draw your attention on the fact that you are an MP of PAP, which means that you need to carry the continental leadership for all the women, and you cannot do that. You cannot do that without the regional caucuses and the women's caucus. So if you realize that on average we have a 9% in Southern Africa, it would be an opportunity for you to organize an activity in Southern Africa to see how they did, how they achieved this. So, and these applies for the position of government as well. There are some skills that are required for this, but we do agree that we need some improvement, and the role of the executive is also important, just as is ours. Because when it comes to vote, you need us men as well. So I would like you to really optimize everything that I'm saying. Don't take it negatively, and take the opportunity to make improvements for the 2025 and beyond strategic plan. If your program of activity, you have the opportunity now to make improvements on it. And especially as all the women's caucuses have the advantage of being supported by partners, whether technical and financial. This will be to your benefit, and also to the benefit of our girls. Let's make sure that this leadership is really visible, and you need to interface with the other committees. I thank you. Thank you, Honorable, for these important comments. As I said, are there any people, any MPs who would like to take the floor now? You have the floor, Kenya.
I want to support this report that has been brought to us, and it has been explained deeply, and we have understood it. Therefore, I would like to talk about the leadership of women in terms of politics. I would like to address the chair who has brought this report that in Kenya, we had an issue. We had a problem getting women in parliament. And before we amended our constitution, women, so many women did not get an opportunity to get into parliament after the general election. And majority of them who were voted and got into parliament were nominated after the election. So we amended our constitution, and after that, we had 47 counties, and there were 47 positions in the National Assembly. And we said that the other positions will be scrambled for, as usual, but these 47 particular positions were to be vied for by women. So, up to date, after the election, after the general election, we had so many women in the National Assembly. Because those who vied for the normal positions, we have those ones who emerged victorious, but those who had vied for the women representative, the numbers increased. And so in the Kenyan parliament, we have many women. I was in that parliament some times back, the first time to be to be elected, I was in the National Assembly, and during that time we had few women in the parliament. But after amending the our constitution, so now we have so many women in parliament, and at the moment we have many young ladies, girls vying for different positions. Our constitution also brought the position of the Senate, and we have equally 47 counties where the Senate position, in English, we say the two-thirds gender balance. So if all the 47 positions have to be filled by men, then there will be nominations for women to be elected from the parties, so that the parliament has the two-thirds gender sensitive. So in our new constitution, in our last general election, we were in Senate and there were 3 women who had emerged victorious, and we did our own balancing. I'm bringing this model from Kenya because I had requested the chair, who is just like the Honorable Fanyoa said, the law, we need to change the law so that on the political side, we have women represented. So if we say that we're just going to do advocacy, we are going to go back to the people, we are going to seek audience from the presidents, nothing is going to change. To me, Madam Chair, we need to fight for our constitution, our African constitutions to be amended. And if possible, we as Africans and this parliament, Pan-African Parliament, and from the effort of the Women Caucus, they need to bring a bill so that in the whole African continent, all parliaments, we have half women and half men. We also need to come up with a law that says that this is how Africa needs to follow. And so many African countries should also amend their constitution to be in tandem with this model law. So I request the chair of the Women Caucus that let them use all means so that the law is amended. When they attend the workshops, advocacy meetings, that one will not help us. We need to amend the law. And this law should go to African Union and it should be accepted by the General Assembly. And so we need to see the changes in countries slowly by slowly. I hope by 2063 or thereafter, we shall have African parliaments with majority of women. Thank you so much, Chair.
شكرا سيد الموقر السيناتور الموقر.
Thank you very much, Senator, for your support to African parliamentarians and for your support of the presence of women in institutions through also efficient participation of women. You have the floor.
Madam Vice President, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the presenter, our Vice Chairperson of the Women's Caucus, Honorable Victoria Kingston. And I want to say that, you know, who is a woman? If you have 4 generations in your family that are living, that is your great-grandmother, your grandmother, your mother, then you have your wife, then you have your daughters, you have your aunties. I mean, you are surrounded by women. And women are the ones that basically nurture and bring forth the family. The population of our great continent, which is spanning into 1.3 billion, would not have happened without women. It is sad that we couldn't have the Women's Conference, and the reason why we couldn't have it was because we didn't have the resources. $20,000 was not sufficient, so we had to make a decision, which was painful for us because we have so many pressing issues that we want to discuss. We have early teenage pregnancies, we have child marriages, we have FGM, we have femicide, we have growing sexual gender-based violence. Even when we talked about, when Professor Kamar presented on labor migration, right? I was thinking majority of the people that migrate are men, and they leave the women, and some of them actually wherever they go to work, and they get new families and they continue life, oblivious of the fact that they left the woman who was not actually the breadwinner with a number of children and no way of handling the family. So women go through a lot of challenges. And even in political leadership, what Senator Mungatana has said is so important, because Kenya, even though we put it in our 2010 constitution that we should not have more than 2/3 of one gender, they implemented everything in the 2010 constitution. The only part of the constitution that was not implemented was the one on to do with not more than 2/3 of one gender. The women were the ones who were marginalized. They did not give the top up. Every time we think about women, we think of them as an expenditure. We think of them as a budget cut. And I think that is wrong. So when Pan-African Parliament, let's start with Pan-African Parliament. I know that every committee has women, but the women in the committee, based on the number of women that are brought forth by their countries, like for instance, Kenya has 3 women, 2 men. It's the only place that I've seen real gender parity in the Pan-African Parliament. We still haven't attained it in our parliament. We are struggling to attain it in our governors, our various states in the country, the 47 states. We have only seven governors out of 47. So women are struggling. And if we want the issues of women to be successful, we have to make sure that in every committee, if you're going to give a committee money in the Pan-African Parliament, let not less than 30, actually it should be 50%. If we're looking at SDG number 5, which all the African states are signed up to, gender parity means 50-50. But let's just start with 30%. We'll be very happy to know that Pan-African Parliament raised $1 million, and out of that $1 million, $300,000 was given to the Women Caucus or through the Women Caucus for the various committees. So that's where we will be able to go and do things effectively. The reason why we were not able to do all the functions that we've done that were put in the report efficiently or effectively is because of budget. We cannot achieve what we want to achieve as women because of budget. Who are the ones that make the decision on the budget? Madam President, Vice President, even in the leadership, you're 2 women against 3 men. Fight for us to have at least 30% of the budget to come to issues relating to women, which can be endorsed by the caucus. And we hope that $20,000 will not have to return to the donor. We hope that we'll be able to roll it over and be able to use it to have an effective conference where we can all come together with our various issues and as the Pan-African Parliament agree which issues we're going to focus on. And then when we want to focus on those issues, we need the resources to penetrate the continent to be able to raise our voices when it comes to those issues. I thank you, and I really celebrate the Women Caucus. And Madam Vice President, we celebrate you, and we know that we are safe in your hands. We've seen that they've thrown you in the deep waters and you have handled it very well. So we know that you will make sure that we get 30% of the budget that comes to the Pan-African Parliament for women in their various committees, and the Women Caucus should never ever fail to have a conference because it lacks money. That was a really sad and pain point for us. Thank you.
شكرا النائبة الموقرة على إثراء.
Thank you very much for your contribution. And thank you for the high quality of your contribution. We need people to make inputs, to contribute. Anyone else wishing to take the floor?
I'd say that the Pan-African is the best place where to for the African people to support the women because this is the parliament which represents the people of Africa, and it is constitute an African elites who are democratically elected, and they are giving attention so as to raise the awareness of the African peoples and the progress of the African continent. So this vision stated that the African Parliament has to support the women and to also to support it is the activities media front and political front. So the Women Caucus has to be one of the outstanding force in the parliament to so as to raise the discussion and the debate about the that awareness has to be transformed to the African people and so as to support the women. We have every year the platform in the Pan-African Parliament, and it is not only for the African caucus or the Women Caucus. So we hope that all the even men they have to participate in this platform so as to encourage the women and to enrich the debate and to support the women in elections and to also to be at the workshop for every year, and that will support the material and political and media support for the women in leadership. And so it has to be an outstanding work in the Pan-African Parliament work. And thank you very much for this support. And I think this is, I have just remarked when I read it, I think there is certain percentages. I haven't seen any percent for the North Africa and the participation of the women in the North Africa in parliament or governments. So especially there is participation of women in South African, and there is number of ministers and number of parliamentarians, about 18% of the our national parliament are women. So we have the report has to cover all part of Africa so as to give a complete comprehensive picture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the parliament. So I think this parliament has to be at the platform for participation of African women politically, and also we cannot reach what we aspire for only after the support of the men. When they support women, we can reach our goals, women. So the interests of the countries and the continents so necessitate that all of us, when men and women, we have to work together so as to reach our objectives and as quick as possible. So here always we call for the support of our brother men and to support women in all spheres. Thank you very much. I give the floor to the honourable member from Equatorial Guinea.
Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving me the floor. I have asked for the floor many times. At least I have it now. Madam President, I would like to invite all of you to reflect on the role of women in the Pan-African Parliament, porque our women who are left in our countries are waiting for the report. And I am very happy to hear the homage to women, to our leaders, women leaders, because due to them we are here, and we are very thankful because of the support, because without money we cannot do anything. So the financial support is very well taken. It is very clear that both African Union and PAP have the political will, and they take women into consideration, and they want to respect parity. For example, in my country, in Equatorial Guinea, the president of the Senate is a woman, and also in other institutions. Here we have the example among us. More than 36% of women are occupying leader positions. So it depends on us to improve strategies and the subject of education and orientation for the children. It is important to have financial support, as I said before, and programs. We should organize ourselves very well, processing programs, action plans where we have to include the hot subjects which are relevant to every sub-region even. And we have to reach a consensus about the objectives. And the inclusion of different subjects to be developed. We do not need to go abroad for experts. Here in PAP, we have great experts and great leaders. Most of us are able to satisfy our needs. We have to adopt solutions benefiting all of us. And I say this because I think that all of us should participate in the activities, giving ideas and feeling integrated, especially as women. Nowadays, with the new technology, there are no many obstacles, but the information cannot reach every woman in our countries. We can program virtual meetings to agree about different subjects. We can congratulate the Commission for the report, and we would like to recommend a consensus because women are ambassadors of peace. If you educate the woman, you can educate for peace.
نطلب من
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. From the sentiments which members took on the floor, let me start with Honorable from Guinea, Equatorial Guinea. The conference which we did in Chad, the invitation was sent to all member states through our secretariat, and it was open to each and every female MP. It wasn't selective. And on the issue that we should like invite education experts or health experts, if you look at the composition of PAP committees, I'm sure each and every committee there is a female MP. So when we are discussing anything to do with education, health issues, we rely on these members who are in these various committees to bring the expertise to the Women Caucus. So in the Women Caucus, we are fully covered from female MPs from all the committees which are constituted here at the Pan-African Parliament. And coming to Senator Mungatana from Kenya, indeed, I think we can borrow a riff from Kenya, whereby they changed the constitution to allow more women to participate. And maybe through you, Madam First Vice President, we can do a benchmarking trip to Kenya as Women Caucus and learn more. How did they come to change their constitution? I'm sure if we come up with good policies and laws in our countries, but of course through the African Union, as it was stated, then most of the countries will apply the law whereby it's a mandatory that maybe 30 or 40% should be women. So definitely with this, we can change the face of Africa by enabling more women representation on the political scene. And I thank you, my dear sister, Honorable Esther Passaris. Indeed, we need more women in our parliament. And it should start with us by lobbying through you. And we are happy, Madam. Once again, congratulations, because now you are the second in command of Pan-African Parliament. You're a woman. So through you, we're going to lobby that 30% of the budget of Pan-African Parliament should go to women activities. So I know you've been the forefront. We are going to work hand-in-hand with you that maybe this coming 2025, indeed, the Women Caucus should be funded, because without the funds, there's nothing we can do. We just come here, read the report, we go without even implementing what we've agreed. So we need more resources in the to the Women Caucus so that we can implement whatever we agree when we meet. And lastly, let me just thank all who have taken the floor in supporting our report. We in the Women Caucus, the Bureau, work hand in hand with you, Madam, as I've said already, so that the caucus should be productive. We should have activities whereby, even starting here in South Africa, people should know that at Pan-African Parliament, there is a Women Caucus, which is more active than just doing the talking. So with these few remarks, Honorable President, Your Excellency, I'd like to move that this House should adopt the following documents. First, the report. Secondly, the report on women's and the celebration of the PAP Women's Day, which was on 31st July. And lastly, I beg that this House should also adopt the final communique on the celebration of Pan-Africans Women's Day, 31st July. I beg to move, Your Excellency. Thank you.
شكرا السيدة الرئيسة موقرة فيكتوريا على هذا العرض.
Thank you very much, Honorable Victoria, for this presentation. We would also like to thank the whole Women's Caucus, and we wish you success in attaining your objectives. We now suggest the adoption of this report. We move to adopt the report. We will deal with other items tomorrow. Because we do not have yet available documents for resolutions and recommendations. you will get information on the WhatsApp group. So either tonight or tomorrow morning, we will inform you on the situation with the documents for resolutions. The session tomorrow will begin at 10 o'clock, and it will be devoted to consideration and adoption of recommendations and resolutions, and followed by the closing ceremony for the session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock.